Good evening, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Town of Los Gatos Planning Commission meeting of Wednesday, August 24th, 2016. The meeting is now called to order. If you haven't already done so, please take a moment to silence your devices. Mr. Paulson, would you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Commissioner Erickson?
Here.
Commissioner Hanson?
Here.
Commissioner Hudis?
Here.
Commissioner Birch?
Here.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
Here.
Vice Chair Kane?
Here.
Chair Badami.
Here. Would everyone please stand and join Commissioner Hudis as he leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Town of Los Gatos strongly encourages participation in the public process with verbal and written comments. To speak on any item this evening, with the exception of Alberto Way, please complete a speaker's card located within the benches and follow the instructions on the back of the card. Matters relating to agenda items will be heard during the itemized public hearing. Matters not on the agenda will be heard under verbal communications. As a reminder, public testimony was previously received and closed on item number 2, so that's why we're unable to accept further comments for Alberto Way. Written communications, we have desk items this evening for items number 2, 3, and 4. Have the commissioners had an opportunity to read the correspondence? Commissioner Birch?
I have politely skimmed but not been able to thoroughly read.
There's a lot of material, I understand.
It's a lot that came in late. So,
All right, do any other commissioners need time, seconds, minutes to read that material? No. Commissioner Hudis?
I just want to comment that I understand that we have to consider everything that's given to us, but I have to apply a weight to the amount of time that I have to consider something. And if it's, this much in right on top of a hearing, I unfortunately can't apply a lot of weight to it. So there may be a point where I may have to ask for a continuance or something like that with that amount of material coming in. I don't know if there's anything staff can do to encourage people to provide important material, which I believe there is some here, with enough time so that we can read it and absorb it.
Thank you for your input. I was going to refer to staff in just a moment, but Commissioner O'Donnell, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to say, because we've been through this for years, and my understanding is that, yes, we have to receive things right up to the beginning of the meeting, but we are not required to do the extraordinary. That is to say, you can't necessarily absorb 60 pages that comes in an hour before the meeting, nor are you required to. So I just want everybody to feel comfortable about the fact that you're discharging your duty when you do the best you can, and obviously it's better if people get their comments in early, but there was an awful lot of stuff that came in at the absolute last minute. Fortunately, most of it was repetitive.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell, for your comments. Mr. Polson, would you like to respond to Commissioner Hudis?
Sure. Briefly, town policy currently allows individuals to submit information up to 11 a.m. the day of the meeting, and then staff has to prepare that, package it, and distribute it. So that is current town policy.
Thank you. In addition to their service on the Planning Commission, members also serve on various town subcommittees. Do commissioners have any reports to share this evening from recent committee meetings, which I know for a fact the Historic Preservation Committee met earlier this afternoon? Vice Chair Kane, will that mean you'll be providing a report?
Commissioner O'Donnell and I attended the Historic Preservation Committee meeting today. We reviewed 4 items. 125 Tate requesting a remodel and construction of an addition. This had been continued. We felt that the applicant had accommodated the wishes of Historic Preservation, so the application was granted. 21 Oak Hill requesting modifications for front elevation. It's interesting. This one was to be final action by Community Development Director, so that's where we sent it, with a recommendation for approval. 112 Los Gatos Boulevard, requesting modifications for front elevation. These may seem like minor issues, but these are historic buildings. One of them was a contributing building to the historic nature. So every time they want to change paint or put on a shingle, it comes through the Historic Preservation Committee. But 4 of them today were granted, were given additional considerations to move forward. The 4th was 16743 Shannon Road, requesting removal of an existing pre-1941 single-family residence from the Historic Resources Inventory, which means if we do that, the house is no longer protected by those provisions. And we did that. We found reason to do so. There's 4 test issues, and the House passed all 4 test issues. So that request for removal, which will likely be followed by a request for demolition, was approved. That's my report.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kane. At this time, members of the public are invited to address the commission on any issue not on the agenda. I do have 1 speaker card. If anybody else would like to speak to us tonight, please be sure to complete a speaker's card and turn it into staff as soon as possible. For now, I'm going to be calling Marietta Riney to the podium for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Marietta Riney, and I live at 449 Alberta Way. This is the Los Gatos condo community. It's an independent senior living community, which is directly south of the 485 Alberta Way pending project. This site is also known as Alberta Oaks. Hold on 1 minute, my pages are messed up. Here we go. Our community just was recently made aware of the owner's application for development of this site from a professional office complex to a medical office complex. There is also the proposed construction of an additional 2-story building of 20,000 square feet on an adjacent site to be combined with the current site into a 4.2-acre complex of 3 buildings. This new construction will be designated medical office space. The total square footage of office space will be 76,000 square feet or greater. Previous traffic studies indicate an addition of 2,048 net new daily trips. The concern we have and wish to ensure is that the EIR draft for this project will address...
Okay, ma'am, we cannot talk about the EIR for the pending project this evening.
Alrighty.
Okay. We can talk about the one at the end of Alberta Oaks if that's the EIR you're referring to.
Right.
Okay. Go ahead.
I can continue?
Yes.
Okay. The EIR draft for this project will address the cumulative traffic impact to include all existing and proposed activity along Alberta Way, its intersection with Highway 9, the Highway 17 and Highway 9 interchange, and Highway 9 West past Santa Cruz Boulevard and University Avenue, and Highway 9 East up to Los Gatos Boulevard and surrounding streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riney, for your comments. Our next speaker is Bob Burke.
Thank you. I'm Bob Burke. I live at 420 Alberta Way. And what I wanted to speak with you about is the general process that's used to conduct the planning business. I heard several of you comment on how late you've received large amounts of input. What I'd like to say is the process that's presently being used by Los Gatos generates not only a lot of last-minute input if citizens get involved late in the process, but it aids late involvement by the fact that there's been really very little staff outreach, and leaving the community outreach to the applicants is just unworkable because they always have a conflict of interest. They tell us what they think we want to hear to be calm and not show up here and complain or oppose their development. Now, for example, another example is that For large developments of any sort that impact traffic and the town's very nature, 300 feet is kind of a very short distance. Within the radius of 300 feet is really just not appropriate to be the limit of the notices that are sent out. Anything that generates thousands of new trips into Los Gatos at all, it needs to have pretty much the whole town involved. If it's a one modification to a residence, 300 feet is fine, but you go do something that's going to impact the entire town, you generate a lot of opportunity, a lot of disagreement, and a lot of heat for the planning commission as well as the city council when these things come up for a vote. And a significant re-engineering of the process is definitely in order to ensure that opposition is formed early, attended to and dealt with, and not really left out or ignored of the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burke, for your comments. We appreciate them. All right, our first item on the calendar is a consent item, and that's approval of the minutes for August 10th of 2016. Is there a motion to approve? Commissioner Birch.
So moved.
Second? Commissioner O'Donnell seconds. Do we have any discussion or any disclosures? I have one. I was recused from item number 3, but I viewed the hearing online and live and can attest to the accuracy of the minutes. Vice Chair Kane, were you recused from an item from those minutes?
Oh, wait, the Wheeler.
Yes, number 2, I believe.
I was recused so effectively I don't remember it, so...
Okay. All right. All right. I will therefore call the question. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. All right. Our continued public hearing, which is item number 2, was continued from August 10th of 2016. As I live within 300 feet of the proposed application, I am recusing myself, and Vice Chair Kane will take over. I will be back for item number 3.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Counsel, but as the chair said, the structure proceeding for this matter would be, we are going to provide the applicant with questions, and that'll be the only remaining portion of the public hearing. After that, we will close it, and I'll turn to the commission for discussion, questions of staff perhaps, or a motion. Is that correct?
That is correct. And just one more cleanup matter. Commissioner O'Donnell was not at the last meeting, so I wanted to make sure that he puts on the record that he did review the proceedings and that he's able and up to speed to hear the rest
Excellent.
of this
You're
matter.
quite correct.
This weekend, I went over the 4 hours that we have on video, so yes, I'm familiar.
So with that, I will call the applicant and his or her team to the microphone to receive questions. I'll provide the commission as well as the applicant with an earlier direction that I've received that really tonight we're going to do questions of the applicant. We're not going to get back into tertiary subjects or provide for speeches, but right now, just if we have questions for the applicant. Commissioner.
When we left the last meeting, I know we had to continue because we were running out of time. One area that we all had a lot of questions on was the EIR. Is the applicant the appropriate party to answer questions about the EIR?
I'll turn to staff for that. Mr. Paulson?
Staff's available to answer questions. You're free to ask questions of the applicant as well if you want to get their input. Additionally, the environmental consultant's here as well.
Who's environmental consultant?
The towns.
Thank you. Further questions? Questions for the applicant? Commissioner Hudis.
So maybe starting with the EIR, I had a few questions. In terms of the alternatives, the EIR requires alternatives. I wonder what your thoughts are about the comparison of alternatives and whether there are other alternatives than no project, and whether a reduced project alternative is something that you've considered.
Thank you again, Chair. This is Randy Lamb from Lamb Partners. I'll speak loud. We saw that the alternatives were, as with any EIR, were discussed. We have considered a number of alternatives, to tell you the truth, but the economic alternative that works for this project is what's been proposed to you. There are no significant impacts, as you've seen from the town's EIR, and so from what our perspective is the size of the project as it sits today is what we'd like you to consider.
Okay, thank you. I have some other questions in the final as well. Is it okay to go on to that?
Yeah, proceed.
So on page 2.9, the final refers to removing 8 on-street parking spaces. And question about that, does that reflect only the construction phase, or is that on a permanent basis?
That's permanent. That's 3 on one side of the street and 5 on the other side of the street.
And did you consider any ideas to replace those parking spaces that the residents will lose?
We did. We considered adding some underground parking on our facility to accommodate that. And one of our responses today that we gave early this morning was that that was an option that we would consider, and we would have the Planning Commission consider it as well.
Commissioner Hanson.
I had a question in the EIR, and this one I would actually like to ask of the applicant. In the section on aesthetics, there was a determination made that there were no significant impacts. But at our last hearing, a number of the residents showed pictures, and I went back and looked myself. And if you're standing across the street, their views of the Santa Cruz Mountains are going to be completely obstructed if you're a resident of 420. So my question for you is, I understand the environmental consultants made that determination, but I think that's a subject that I don't that maybe not everyone would agree with, and I wondered, since you were trying so hard to work with the residents to make this a solution that works for everyone, if you had given any consideration to moving the building or reducing the height so that you could not block their views, because clearly there's nothing, especially with regard to building B, I believe, the one that's further to the north, that's the one where there's basically nothing there, and so putting all that building there will obstruct the view of the Santa Cruz Mountains, which is the only view that they have.
I think, to restate it, the EIR did come to the conclusion that there wasn't a significant impact related to the aesthetics. We've talked, as you know, we've had 14 different open houses, community meetings. We've directed people to our website to be able to take a look at not only our process, but the town's process as well. We are open to suggestion as it relates to the height of the buildings. We've talked about, various design items internally. And so if there are suggestions, we're certainly open to hearing them.
Thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Excuse me, one more.
I'm sorry, Commissioners. I just wanted to clarify with respect to the determination of a significant visual impact. The CEQA case law is very clear that impact is measured based on public vantage points, not an individual's impact to its views. So while it may be significant for a particular resident, the EIR made a determination based on case law, CEQA thresholds, and guidance as to how you measure those impacts. So the reason that this was not identified as a significant impact was that that visual change, that effect on visual character, was not impacting public views. And so what Mr. Lamb was indicating was they took this into consideration in how they designed their project to address the surrounding community and be sensitive to that. But they also looked to guidance from the town's consultant in the determination, which was based on case law and based on CEQA guidance.
I thank you for that. Well, then I'll recast my question, and you don't have to re-answer it, but my question would be based more on the general plan then, because clearly there's a direction from our town's general plan to retain our small town character and to fit in with the neighborhood. And so part of that would be not obstructing people's views.
Would you like an answer to that question, Commissioner Hanson?
I'm going to
Well,
turn to...
I think Randy indicated that you guys were willing to work with the neighbors on a solution that might be better. So, I mean, we'll have to consider that in our deliberations.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I have a question of staff first. We have not adopted or certified the EIR, is that correct?
Correct.
So as of the moment, we don't have an EIR. That depends upon it being adopted and certified. So it's not adopted or certified. Secondly, I wanted to ask the applicant concerning the parking. You generously, I think, said you might do something about the 8 spaces that are going to be removed. One of the things I wondered about is I remember when the new restaurant across the street went in, there was a lot of discussion about using the surface parking of the property you now have because there would be overflow from the restaurant. Has there been any further discussion on that point?
As we talked to the property owner and all, there was direction that you did give relative to that parking, and there was never an agreement made with the property owner and with the restaurant.
So did you take into consideration then the overflow from the restaurant? For street parking?
I don't know how you would evaluate the overflow from the restaurant, given that they have on-site parking as well as street parking, other than the 8 spaces that we talked about earlier. So I don't know how you would evaluate that.
Well, I would tell you that we had serious problems with it, and one of the things we did determine was that to the extent they could use the property you have, and that was suggested that they could, that took away some of the problem with that restaurant. So if that's not going to be there, we will take that, at least I will take that into consideration. To the extent that you can help us, that would be great. To the extent that you cannot, we'll have to do it ourselves.
I think the question is pretty open, right? Vague. I don't know if that means providing 2 spaces or 100. That's I guess the discussion that came up at the last, and I'm sure it's on the video as well that you might have seen, was there ever a direction from Planning Commission that there be an agreement? There was a direction that the restaurant owner would meet with and talk to the property owner, but there was never a conclusion to anything on it, which we were not privy to.
Part of the reason that I think it's relevant is in your consideration of parking, which you have done, and you've said it's adequate, you did not take into consideration the effect of the restaurant, which I believe you would have to do if you're going to have an adequate evaluation of parking, street parking.
Yeah, this isn't one that I'm familiar with, but what I would say to you, I don't know how most businesses provide their own parking on their site, and I don't know how we would evaluate that in terms of our site, but I would also say that I assume that you approved that project based on the town code that would have included that type of a use on that site.
Let me go to a general question. The 2 floors you have of parking, the garage beneath the ground, is that controlled parking or is that open to the public parking?
That's controlled parking. It'll have a parking garage gate that will be utilized it'll be up for all operating hours, and generally the gate will come down at 6 o'clock at night and then be closed until 7 o'clock the next morning.
Well, that's what I'm driving at. So between X hour in the morning and I think you just said 6 o'clock, will that be open parking? Is there anything that's from stopping me at parking there?
I'm sorry, say it again in terms of the hours?
From X hour in the morning until 6 at night, whatever hours you just said, can I park my car there?
It'll be, our lease will be very clear with our tenant that the tenant will have exclusive use of that parking. Will the gates be up? Yes, the gates will be up.
So if the gates are up, I can park there, or will I be towed?
It will, I don't know how I would ever answer that question because it's going to be a tenant that's going to be there. That's what I'm saying.
But it's 2 floors of parking, and I was thinking the residents are concerned about a loss of parking, and I never had a clear sense that somebody couldn't park there. At the last hearing, I asked, for heaven's sake, how do I get out after 6 o'clock? And you said there would be a badge or a magnet or something allowing me to get out, which would also actually allow me to get in on nights and weekends if I had to. But other than those nights and weekends times, the garage will be open, yes?
The garage gate will be up, yes, during business hours. That's right. Meaning Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
So for those hours, it would be available to the restaurant.
I don't know how I answer that. It's
yes,
a private facility that I will have a lease and a tenant that will say, I have exclusive rights to those parking spaces. That's what my lease will say. I don't know how I say to you, yes, it'll be available to the restaurant. How do I say that?
That it is or it isn't. I'm thinking what you may be meaning is each tenant will be assigned X amount of spaces, and if the building was fully occupied, all of your spaces would be assigned, and then you would have signs up on the wall, this is for Bob's company only,
That's right.
and no one else can park down there.
That's right. And it'll be, as it would with any, if you all owned companies that were tenants there, you would want it posted as private parking. You would want to make sure your employees are secure and safe. That's what a tenant would expect in their project. Yeah, we don't, let me answer your
It sounds
question.
excessive that how many spaces are down there? 3, I don't know. How many?
383.
Each one of them is going to have a sign. And that, I thought you might leave some open for some of the folks, because up on top you have, like, the rotunda with very limited spaces for visitors. So anyway, let me ask you something else. The spaces that are going away from the east side of the building, Alberta side, from your driveway to Highway 9, will that all be red curb?
Yes.
So all those spaces are going away.
Do we have a description? 5 of them.
Well, then it's not a yes.
Well,
'Cause
no,
5
everything from our side. So if you come out our
Your
driveway
driveway.
and turn right,
Yeah.
that's 5 spaces.
So there'll be no parking from the driveway to Highway 9.
That's
what
right.
I'm trying to get at.
Yeah,
Yes?
5 spaces.
That's a good thing.
I agree.
Because I was there today, and it really improves the line of sight to have no vehicle, because line of sight right now is not very good. We'll talk more about that later, but to take all of those cars out is for me, inconvenient to folks who would park there, but really improves the safety of folks traveling toward Alberta because they get a better line of sight. So thank you for that. And one other question on things I saw today. The northern boundary of the property, I walked that entire driveway, and I had concerns at our last meeting where in the guidelines it shows a commercial building looking down into a residence, and in re-examining the story poles and the setbacks, or the potential increased setbacks, I didn't really see that problem because, what are they, Italian cypress? The trees seemed to be very effective, but they weren't complete. Now, without going to the volumes of paper, is it your intention to complete that entire driveway line?
We'll be replanting our entire side with, and this is great feedback that we've gotten from Las Casitas directly. They'd like to have a 30 to 40 foot evergreen trees planted along our side to block our views completely of their of their homes. And so we've agreed to it, and we've even offered to have them have input into what tree we would plant.
All right, good, excellent. I'm going to pass the gavel. I'll come back later. Commissioner Hooters.
Getting back to the final EIR, page 2-30, there's reference to Caltrans and to a commenter on the EIR from Caltrans. On page 2-30, the commenter provides recommendations for new pedestrian facilities, crosswalk consisting of high-visibility ladder-style markings and installation of a rectangular rapid flashing beacon at the street crossing location. Are you working with Caltrans? Has Caltrans committed to implement these recommendations? I believe there's a significant issue with line of sight there that needs to be improved.
I think that's a question for Public Works as it relates to that particular section relative to the coordination between the town and Caltrans.
So
we're open to as you've seen from hopefully I'm answering your question. We're open to anything that creates a safety improvement. As you've seen, Public Works had the idea of creating a barrier there or a buffer between auto traffic and people walking right along that new sidewalk. We're all in favor.
Okay, so I hear you're in favor. However, we know that getting something from Caltrans is a very, very difficult, long process. And so being in favor is one thing. Actively working yourself directly with Caltrans to have some of these improvements made is another. And I take it from your answer that you're not actively working with Caltrans.
Caltrans wants to see the project approved, and then we're happy to get together with them and actively promote any safety things that you see there.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Other questions for the applicant? Commissioner.
Just a couple of questions between the draft EIR and the final EIR before we probably move to other items, just to stay in the same vein of questioning. In the draft EIR on sheet 3-34, it discusses promoting rideshare services and incentives. Now, I understand that these are going to be leased spaces, so I would just like to hear from you how you plan on working with your tenants to ensure that they are hopefully not only promoting, but providing the incentives that were requested in this document.
As we've done in our other office buildings, we're huge advocates of public transportation and the ability to ride share, van pool, car pool. As you see, we're providing 99 parking spaces, which is a large number for a building like this. Our lease will have specific language that the tenant is responsible and expected to incent their employees to find alternative ways to the office rather than single-family cars or single cars.
Yes.
So on that same note, as we have listened, and I took notes last meeting, obviously there's a lot of concern about traffic. Would you be opposed to providing some type of a bus or something during maybe the 2 hours around the lunch time, perhaps as a loop going through downtown or something to allow the tenants the ability to move in and out of the downtown areas or other Walgreens without placing a large number of cars on the road during the day?
We're not opposed to it. In fact, a number of people in this room who've come to our open houses have suggested that in terms of their concern about walking across the overpass on Highway 17 as it is now. There are a number of people that have said, hey, would you consider it? And we've said yes.
But you would consider it as the owner, not write it into the leases, therefore making each individual leasee part of it. It would be under your purview.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
In our last meeting, there were concerns from the public, and I still have a concern about taking those spots away, although I think it's a good, safe idea. It's a shame we can't provide additional parking with the many, many parking units you have available. But it came up about the parking, because if I worked there and you allowed parking on, I wouldn't use the basement parking thing. I'd get there early every day and park on the street. So those guys would always be filled up with employees, not really residents. It'd be a contest to see who could get them earliest for a clean getaway in the afternoon. But I did ask where the construction workers would park. And I don't remember that we specifically got into that. I wanted to ask, is it not true that in the conditions of approval, of which there are 99, number 94 talks about a construction management plan. Is that where my answer would eventually be as to the accommodations for the many workers I anticipate will be there? Like maybe you're going to lease spots from Los Gatos Lodge, or I don't know what you're going to do, but they can't park in that area. So the answer to that is the construction management plan will cover all of those concerns with appropriate oversight from the town. And you'll have phone numbers posted in case there's a violation or misunderstanding, yes?
Yes.
Other questions? Commissioner Hanson.
I realize that the construction management, a follow-up question on the construction management plan, that's a to-do after there would be an approval. Having said that, though, a lot of concerns that came up in our hearing were about just that, the whole process. And I think it's a great idea to have the underground parking. And don't get me wrong, I think everything that you guys are doing with the LEED certification and all that is great. But it does have a consequence. And I'm actually living down the street from a neighbor that we live up in the hills, and they had to do a lot of cut and fill. And when they were in that stage of the project, it's just one house. They were literally 40, 50 times a day, back-to-back trucks all day long. You know, and it was really a big disruption for our neighborhood, and we don't even have that many houses in our neighborhood. So that got me thinking, what would this construction management plan look like for the residents? Because they're all concerned about being able to get to their doctors and their, the emergency vehicles getting in and out. And I was trying to imagine a scenario where you wouldn't have to shut down one of the lanes in the street. And so I just wondered, I know you haven't made the plan yet, but if you could comment on how is it going to be possible to do a plan that isn't going to seriously inconvenience the neighbors?
So we've done 3 similar projects that have had underground parking. And each time, we've never had 99 conditions of approval. I can tell you that your planning department's very thorough, as is the building department and public works, and the fire department. So what I would tell you is each town or city is very particular in what their hot buttons are to manage. 90% of it is safety. As you would expect, let alone circulation of traffic and the ability to get emergency vehicles into a site. We will be no different. I mean, in this particular site, this will be our 4th parking structure that we've done, and there's a process to it. It'll be very specific. We'll be working with the building department and public works on exactly what's allowed, what's not allowed, timeframes, notifications. All the safety things you can think of. Our people will have walkie-talkies, so they'll be able to talk to each other. If there's an emergency, our side of the street will be shut down and that other side will be completely open. If there's no one in the street, then the street will be left open. So it just depends on what's going on in there. But we have no intention of creating a problem in that area, and in the other projects we didn't. Are there delays? Yes, there can be delays because, inevitably you're managing people and you're managing trucks, and that's what it is. Most of it is going to happen in the early part of the process when it's related to excavation and shoring. That's your key area where you've got a lot of movement going in and out of the site. It gets to be less over time. You'll have people there. We'll have the ability to park workers off-site. We'll probably have the ability to park workers in the parking structure once it's done so that they're not visible. It's easy. I mean, we're willing to work with staff on whatever makes the most sense.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
This is a question first of staff. On the construction management plan, that does not limit our ability to condition any approval. Is that right? In other words, the construction management plan is what staff does, taking into consideration the terms of the approval too. Is that right?
That is correct. So you could
So-
add something specific if you had a specific condition that you wanted either added to the project decision or that staff make sure that they include in the construction management
So
plan.
we should not just assume that a document we haven't seen will solve the problems that we are raising, and therefore we could condition, and then you'll draft your construction management plan. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then one other question I wanted to ask you, whether or not if the EIR were adopted, were certified, that would not, as I understand it, limit our ability to say yes, no, or condition. We could not raise the issues put to rest by the EIR, but such things as mass and bulk and density, that kind of thing, is not approved by the EIR, simply asks a different question. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Birch.
Well, since we're talking about the conditions of approval and the construction plan, I believe in the last meeting, we discussed off-haul, but I may have just thought about it and didn't get to ask the question. Knowing that early on in the project, you're going to be obviously excavating most of the site, do you plan to stockpile on site, or will you be moving trucks in and out on a regular daily basis to remove spoils?
Regular daily basis to remove spoils. There will be stockpiling at times. As you know from the construction process, demolition happens first, our shoring will happen around the site, and then depending on what happens, depending on the number of excavators that we have going, whether it's 2 or 3 for a site that's 2 acres, it's everything that you can think of. They'll stockpile at times, or they'll have a rainy day, or they'll have this, or whatever it might be. So it just depends. Each day on site's a little different. We try to get it so that we're literally off-hauling each day, but that's the goal.
Well, what about the truck circulation for that? Obviously, we don't want those large trucks parked on Alberto. So I would hope, looking at the site, it looks to me like you could very easily create a loop where the trucks could idle on the farthest point away from the residences before they are loaded and off-haul. Would you be opposed if I specifically put that in conditions of approval? Would that be something you're opposed to?
No, I'm not opposed to it. Every single project we've done, the trucks actually stage off-site, and then they're radioed by like I mentioned, the person with the walkie-talkie. And so they estimate the time that it's going to take for them to get there, get into the site. I don't know what page it's on in the staff report that shows what the actual circulation plan is for.
Okay.
But it's basically in generally where our future drive well will be, comes into the site, works its way around, they're filled, they're swept off, whatever the practice is at that point that the town approves, come back up on, and then make a right turn, and then they're back on 17.
Okay. Can I ask a question of staff, just following that? And then
Yes.
I'm sorry. I know that we have limitations on fences, but do we have a limitation on the heights of screening fences during construction?
If you want to have a temporary construction fence that's taller than our typical 8-foot fence, that is something that can be conditioned. I can think of one instance where that happened up on, I want to say Oak Hill, in between a couple residential properties. But if that's a temporary condition that you want during construction, that is something that we could definitely include.
Okay. If I did request that place between the site and any residences, would you be opposed to that?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I want to ask you a couple questions about 2 different areas. One is, if I read your data correctly, you're going to excavate to a depth of 20 feet?
I'm hearing yes.
Okay. And over what square footage or acreage? The whole thing?
Virtually the whole thing.
So I think you've estimated how long that excavation would take?
We have.
What was it, 3 months, or I forget?
Yeah, we actually created a 3-month time frame of demolition, the shoring itself, which is going down and stabilizing the sides of the site, and then the excavation at 3 months.
Have you tested to see what the level of the water table is?
Oh, yes.
And what is the level of the water table?
It's not off the top of my head. Do you remember? Yeah. Architect's telling me it's well below where our garage will be.
The reason I ask is when Safeway put in their parking, they hit water at about 6 feet, caused a lot of problems.
We're going down to what? Yes, so we're going down to 20 feet. Water is, the highest level water is at 23
Okay, and that's right on the creek, right?
on the old creek.
The only creek we have, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, yes.
Okay. So if you take, did you say 3 or 4 months for excavation?
3.
3. And then how long do you allocate for construction?
The total's 14 months. Our last project, our last 2 projects have taken us 14 months.
Including the excavation?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Let's stay with the water for a moment. The geological study that was done is where I would find how deep the poles were drilled, yes?
Yes.
And did you account for unusually heavy rainy season precipitation? The reason I'm asking is because in the past, we've been hit with heavy rains. I think I can remember them, but the place turned into a lake, and I wasn't quite sure why it was a lake. And they said because it's not draining off. Has this been addressed in your geological report?
It's better not to guess, so let us just think for a sec.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, so basically our depending on of course Planning Commission and the town, our excavation wouldn't start until sometime May or June of next year. So we'd be far enough away from a rainy season that we wouldn't have a condition where we've got water going constantly. And I think the way the soils report went is they did take into consideration wet years on an average, I think is how it was.
And they also took into consideration the soil content, the clay content of the soils, and the cumulative thickness of the soils and liquefaction potential as well in terms of designing it. So they would have, to accommodate liquefaction potential, and I'm not a geologist, but to accommodate that, they would have had to take into consideration the soil moisture as well. And they also, from a hydrology, there are some requirements, regulations called C3 regulations, which require that you manage surface stormwater runoff. And so to the extent that there are impacts occurring through the grading and construction related to subsurface excavation, you have to take that into consideration for water quality and stormwater management purposes. So all of that does get factored in, both in terms of geotechnical requirements and hydrological conditions.
So in layman's terms, they're saying it's dry enough to dig down 20 feet. And in layman's terms, they're saying not so much during construction, but after construction, that we've addressed issues, alleged issues in the past, reports that the place retained a lot of water, and you've provided for that as well.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Someone had that. Commissioner Hudis.
Yeah, I have some sort of big picture questions about the architecture and the location, particularly building 401. And, first of all, I commend you on reducing the size of 409, virtually eliminating the 409 building, and also in increasing the setback of the 401 building from Highway 9 as well. What I'm left with is a concern about 401 from Alberta Way. And, to me, that building is very long. It's 100-some feet long. And it looks a bit monolithic to me, and I think it's not in compliance with our commercial guideline, which says to 2.3.5, which is to avoid visually bulky buildings. And so I'm wondering if you've considered two possibilities for that facade there. One is, did you consider stepping back the second floor considerably from where it is now on that facade that faces west? And did you maybe consider reorienting the building so that you have a smaller linear dimension on the west side and increasing the linear dimension on the east side, which backs up to the freeway, so that the bulk of the building in a wedge would find itself out of view along the freeway rather than along the front of Alberta Way?
Okay. I always get in the way of this. I'm going to have our architect answer this, but I'm going to talk to you for a second because I think this is a chance to talk about the site. In terms of the site itself, as you can see, what we did here is we tried to keep the building, and remember too that this particular site with the Caltrans right-of-way next to it is almost invisible on two sides of this site. So the place you start to see this basically is right at this corner as you look down, and we've got some pictures to show you as well. In terms of this building, the long end, it actually does go into the site rather than as the frontage. That's exactly what we were trying to do, is minimize our frontage up on Alberta Way. Secondly, in terms of this building, which is a little more of a square, we were trying to push that back as far as possible so that it was away from the site. This particular site drops by 9 feet? 9 feet. So this is basically the side of a hill rather than it being a flat site. I think we have some pictures showing it. From the standpoint of this building, this will be built down from an elevation standpoint about, Shane, what's the number? Okay. Oh, sure. Yeah, okay, so let's go back to that last one. We'll show the further. So go to the one that shows the actual, the picture from here showing the vegetation up front. Yeah, it was there. There you go. Okay, so what you can see here on this, it may not, I don't know how many people can see this, but basically the site itself, as I said, drops about 9 feet from left to right. As you can see here, this is about the beginning where this building is actually built into the hill. So there's a pretty big amount of that building that you will not see. Separate of that, this is the, where is this? To your question, there's a picture on here. Can we go to the one that shows the different levels of vegetation? It's the time the thing crashes. I just am looking for that picture, Shane, with the growth. The 3 different growth out front. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, this I guess is going to have to do for now in case it didn't. We had a slide in here that basically was this it's not going to help you a lot, will it? Basically this information, I don't know how many people can actually see it. These are the different growth rates at which you can actually see the project. So at the very top is when it's actually planted, when our project's done. The second down is about, we got to go this way, little Dan, that way too. The second is at the 3-year point, and the third is at the 5-year point in terms of the amount of landscaping that we're going to be doing on that site. You may have noticed that we're adding 3,600 plants to the site, and it is 3,600 plants. And not many of those, 75 of them are actually trees, mature trees, that today will dwarf what's there. What we have on site now is anywhere from a 20 to 35-foot tree. Most of the trees we're going to be planting along that side are anywhere from 25 to 45 feet, 75 of them, plus another 15 that are going to go along our north boundary with Las Casitas. And most of the trees are going to be out front because of the way the site is situated.
Okay, so I understand that there will be trees there, but
Sure.
we do have guidelines about the buildings themselves.
Sure.
And putting trees in front of a building that doesn't meet our guidelines,
Okay.
it doesn't, I don't think, work. So
Yeah.
could you maybe explain to me, I'm looking at the elevation.
We
on
can keep that
page-
up, actually, Randy. Yeah.
I'm looking at the elevation on sheet A3.02, where I'm looking at the building itself, and I'm asking about the building. I understand the trees. I don't think I need to see the trees anymore. So in terms of the design of that building, have you considered, number one, have you considered significantly recessing the second floor so that it follows kind of the form of the existing buildings, which have a deep recess to their upper floor? And would that help relieve some of the monolithic view of that side of the building?
Yes, and that was actually done. Commissioner, if I could pull this out of the light, so there we go, okay. This is actually, I know this is a tree diagram, but I can use it to respond to your question. So working with the town's consulting architect, Mr. Cannon, he had similar concerns about the mass of the buildings. And one of the things that was done as part of our initial redesign was to create some balconies, which pulled the second floor back, and that was done here at these extreme corners, and also drop the roof line. So this is actually not the initial design. This is the revised design that tends to break up the mass of the roof and the mass of the second floor plane in order to pull back and soften these corners. So that was in direct response to staff and the
So maybe
towns.
maybe we could look at sheets A3.01 and A3.02. Would it be possible? Because I have questions specifically about that, which I can't see through the trees there.
Okay.
And my question on that is, if I'm looking at this, it looks like one half of the building.
Why don't they look at the
Yeah, could you look at your plans?
Sure.
A301 and A302? Yeah. Jennifer, might you be able to put up A301 and A302? Thank you. So how much articulation and setback is there of sort of the left half of the building?
Right, so the initial design, this roof here carried all the way across. And as part of the suggested intent of making the building feel more articulated and less bulky, this roof was dropped in height, and this balcony was added to pull the second floor back. And that's pretty typical. That happens multiple places around the building. It happens here. Whoops. Did you change? Oh, okay. Well, it's the same concept. It happens here at this corner, where this balcony was created, and that corner was pulled back, and that roof line was dropped. It happens here.
So on the left half of the building, is that the middle? Because I've got a different version of that on my A301.
You shouldn't. You should have this version.
Well, I have a different version. My question is, how far back is that is the second floor recessed on the left half of the building?
Approximately 8 feet.
On the left half?
Correct. The balcony is about 8 feet deep. So from this plane to that plane is about 8 feet of difference.
The one I have doesn't have a balcony.
What's the date on your plans?
No, that's the other building. That's 405.
I know, I'm looking.
Okay.
21916.
That's correct.
I'm looking at building 401. I'm looking at the left side, the left half of that building.
Okay. Let me get caught up.
Just for clarification, the left half is not where the balcony portion is. That's the right half.
Which elevation?
The one up on the screen.
Oh, okay. So, yeah. So there's not a balcony here, and we didn't set back that corner because that's the corner that's right at the intersection of Highway 9 and Alberta Way. It's also the portion of the building that is the most recessed in the hillside, and it's also heavily covered with trees, and it's not near the residential. So we were more concerned about creating articulation in the more critical areas that people see and that face the street and that aren't obscured by tall trees.
Okay, so I'm correct in assuming there's no articulation on that half of the building.
That's correct. Well, other than different materials and things happening here, but it's a fairly obscured corner. It's buried into the hillside and obscured by mature trees.
Okay, on the right side, how far is that set back?
Again, about 8 feet. Balconies are about 8 feet deep.
And how long is that building?
The front facade of this building?
Yeah.
One moment. It's about 140 feet.
So 8 feet on 140 feet, to me, doesn't seem...
No, that's the depth. That's the width. The length of that balcony is longer.
No, I understand, but I'm saying 8 feet of articulation on a 140-foot plane is not a great deal of articulation. I don't think it's consistent with, the kind of buildings that are there now, where the second floor is set back.
The width of the balcony is 51 feet.
Right.
It's the depth is only 8. So it's actually 51 feet on 100 and whatever the number I originally gave you was.
It is, okay.
140.
So
it's more than a third.
Okay. So did you consider any designs where there would be greater articulation or setback of that second floor?
We did not. That would be at the direction of the client and staff if you wanted us to do that.
Okay. And then the other question I started with was, did you consider orienting the building so that the west side, which is what we're looking at, would be shorter than the east side, so that the longer side of that building would be back against Highway 17?
Well, the problem is the site squeezes in. Maybe we can go back to the site plan. Maybe go to the colored site plan here we go, okay. So because the site gets narrower due to the on-ramp, the shape of the building was designed to follow the intent of the site. We also have a pretty good riparian setback Caltrans right away here that we had to work with. So that is the reason the building gets narrower at the end rather than getting narrower towards the front.
So if you were to sort of flip the building so that you had a smaller side on the west side and a longer one, you'd have to reduce something.
Exactly.
Okay. And, did you consider reducing something in order to eliminate that sort of large monolithic facade on Alberta Way?
We haven't considered it yet.
Okay. I had another area to get into, but it's a long one.
One other comment about the arrangement on the site. The building could possibly be extended a little further back, but as you can see, as it goes further back, it becomes so narrow that it becomes difficult to work as a planning module for a tenant layout, so.
Can I add one thing? So the big piece to this that the tenants are really interested in, are, as people in this room and others know, these areas to high-tech companies are really important for their outside gathering spaces. And so the goal, as Dan mentioned on this, along with it being, a friendly front, if you will, in terms of what's up front, was to be able to create enough space in the back so that each one of the users would have their ability to use that site. In this particular case, you can see the little kind of pseudo boundary here that's built into the hardscape, which gives this area to this building in this particular area, and this is an underhang back here that gives that their ability to use that common space, just so you know.
So I walked the project site today, as I mentioned earlier, and I share Commissioner Hudis's appreciation of what you've done along Highway 9, where is it not the case that the setback for the project is larger than the setback for the existing building?
You mean the setback back here?
Along Highway 9?
No, it's about the same, actually, and we're actually pushed up pretty, as close to Highway 9 as we can get.
Then those story poles are fibber-dibbers, because the existing building comes out to here, and the story poles,
Hang on a moment, let me look, I do have a site
6 to
plan
7
that
feet behind it.
superimposes the current site plan on our site plan, so if you give me a moment, I can get to that. Can we put up Plan C 2.0? C 2.0, it's about maybe 3/4 of the way through the set.
While she's looking, your name, sir, I misplaced
I'm
it.
Dan Kirby with Arctech. I'm the architect.
Mr. Kirby. I'm gonna write that down.
So this is the southern edge of the 401 building, and it's a little bit difficult to read, but this is the front of the existing building right here, and it does extend a little bit beyond the footprint of our building, and that probably speaks to when it was designed way back when the setback requirement was probably less than
What I'm
we're
driving
dealing with
at,
now.
and I meant to make a compliment, but now it's getting important, is right up at the corner of Highway 9 in Alberta, the story poles start
Yeah, this is the corner of the existing building. Can everybody see? Yeah,
6-7 feet behind the existing building.
then that's probably not correct, because this is the corner of the existing building, right here. Can everybody see where I'm pointing? Right here. And this is the corner of our building.
Yeah.
So,
Let me ask a question of the commission. Commissioner Hudis was with me today. Commissioner Hudis, and I pointed out to you that I thought, well, that setback's greater than the one that's there now. No, not the map. What did we see when we looked at the poles?
I saw something that looks like what's on C20, which is that the existing building is further south
correct.
by, I don't know how many feet, maybe 10, 15.
Not by a lot. I mean, they're pretty close. But again, the setback, when I look at the footprint of the existing building to where we're allowed to build to the property line, it's very close. And it could have been that at the time, the zoning was different, the setback requirements were
I
less.
don't recall the east-west orientation of the pole and whether it was inside or outside the existing building.
It was flush on Alberta, but it was pleasingly pushed back on Highway 9, and I thought, well, that tends to ensure that the grove, and it's a substantial grove and substantial growth, will likely go untouched. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So what's the chance of making Alberta look much the same? pushing it back from the street?
Well, it is much the same in that the front facade of the existing building is right here, and our front facade is virtually Lambert. Now, our front facade is obviously much longer. It extends further down Alberta Way because it's a larger footprint.
All right, you've missed my point, but I got your point.
That would be up to commission and the client. So.
What I'm saying in general, it is, I took a closer look at the project, and I saw things I hadn't seen before, and so I was wondering tonight, because we're not going to get a chance to chat much longer, if some of the concerns that have been voiced by many parties about mass and scale, are you willing to address those?
We've said all along that we're willing to address it once we know all the issues are. Not just any in particular, but if we hear from the entire commission and we hear that that's something that you'd like to talk about, we're totally open to it. And the reason this original change happened is because we sat down with Larry Cannon and said, what is it you'd like to see with this? As you saw from his letter from March 18th, he was comfortable that this met the design and the uniqueness of this community in this area. We assumed at that time that was there. If you're saying that you have a different view as a commission, we're happy to talk about it.
I may end up with one. Right now, I'm exploring the possibilities. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I want to go back for a second, only take a moment. The groundwater question I asked you, my colleague here called to my attention the draft environmental impact report on page 3-76, where it says the borings were drilled to depths from approximately 15 to 40 feet below ground surface, which is BGS. Groundwater was encountered on the neighboring property to the east, according to the geotechnical report, at depths of 18.5 feet to 21 feet. Soil liquefaction was also studied by the consultant, and based on the methodologies used, the gravel depths at portions of the site below the depth of approximately 20 feet are potentially liquefiable. Now, your testimony was that you didn't hit water until well beyond 20 feet, and yet the EIR, the draft EIR, says water is encountered, and this is this year, at 18.5 to 21 feet. I'd like to know if you can reconcile those opinions.
I don't have the document in front of me, but is it saying that it's? Do you have it? You want to play?
You're correct, Commissioner Kane, about the information here. I think what was a bit confused here is that the parking garage depths would be excavated at approximately 20 feet. It is correct that there is groundwater encountered 18.5 to 21 feet below ground surface. So there is a range, and those estimates would be further confirmed prior to commencement of construction. So the information is in the EIR.
Well, let me ask you this, because apparently we have not been clear. The alternatives, as I recall, were three, not just two. One was no project, one was this project, and one was a project reduced by a third, as I recall. And near as I know, your answer to the reduced by a third is economically that's disadvantageous. Is there any other reason why you wouldn't want to? Well, I know why you wouldn't want to, but in making a decision here, can you give us a good reason why this shouldn't be reduced?
So maybe I could answer that from a legal standpoint, and then Randy, Mr. Lamb can address it from a feasibility perspective. So under CEQA, you consider alternatives that meet the basic project objectives. For one, they have to be feasible, and two, the goal is to come up with something that substantially lessens the environmental impacts of the project. Well, in this case, the proposed project didn't have any significant environmental impacts based on the analysis. So when the alternatives were identified in the CEQA document, the no project, of course, did not meet I believe there are 9 or 12 project objectives. Well, you can't accomplish those project objectives. With respect to the reduced scale alternative, the nature of that alternative did not actually meet 8 of the project objectives, not just including what was financially feasible, but the test of feasibility includes also legal, socioeconomic, and other considerations, also can be environmental considerations that go to the practicability of the alternative. And in those cases, some of the alternatives, that alternative did not meet other project objectives, including managing transportation demand management efforts, providing for Class A, and it's not just, I think one of the commenters submitted a comment letter saying, well, you just got to find a tenant who wants Class A office space, and therefore that makes it a feasible alternative. That's not all of the factors that go into what can actually deal with the cost burden of trying to redevelop the site in a way that accomplishes all of the objectives here, as well as the 99 conditions that have been imposed on the project. So it's more than just a feasibility from an economic standpoint.
Well, let me suggest to you that if we do not certify the EIR, this will all be relevant. At the moment, I'm trying to probe a little bit to find out, because you say, you know, you kind of want to know where we're going to come from. There are a couple ways you can find that out. We can vote tonight, and you'll find out where we're coming from, or we can discuss now what we could do to ameliorate what is perceived to be some substantial impacts that this draft of the final EIR does not recognize. So you can hew a legal position, which is what you're doing, and that's what lawyers do, I know. Or you can discuss with us what I believe is going to be, I think, a fairly widely held view that this is a very large project on a relatively small piece of property.
Understood, Commissioner O'Donnell.
He can be eloquent, but you cannot be noisy. So please, no outbursts. We're giving everybody equal amounts of respect.
Right. If I might just clarify, I laid the groundwork from a legal standpoint because there are certain rules you have to follow when you're doing these analyses. Certainly, it's the Commission's discretion to find out what project is acceptable to proceed with, and as you heard from Mr. Lamb, he is willing to work with the Commission, and he's been willing to work with the community to find an alternative and a design that addresses those concerns. All I'm trying to do is explain to you the basis in this environmental document of how it satisfies the requirements from a CEQA standpoint. So if you select an alternative or address this from a design standpoint that maybe isn't consistent with the alternatives that were considered here, it doesn't mean that they're off the table. It just means that that was not, those are why those alternatives set forth in this document were rejected.
And my only point was, we have not adopted the EIR. We may not adopt the EIR. You have an opportunity to deal with that. If instead you want to take the legal position that you're defending a legal position, I respect that.
Can I clarify your question? So what the questions we've gotten so far are we willing to talk about the appearance or the setback from Alberta Way on the 401 building, which is the building on the left? I already mentioned that we'd be willing to consider that, right? Assuming we know all the other discussion points that are here. As far as, I guess I'm not making the connection between the depth of our excavation versus the actual, the water table.
If you run into water, I'm suggesting to you it will take you longer to excavate, and you will have different problems than you've allocated. I would like some comfort. We've had projects near Los Gatos Creek over the years that have run into water at fairly shallow depths, have cost the contractor or the applicant considerably more money than they anticipated, such to the extent that some people will not build close to the creek. You, on the other hand, tell me that it's deeper than, the water table is deeper than 20 feet. EIR says that's not correct.
Okay.
Therefore, I have a concern.
Yeah, okay.
This environmental impact report that we're talking about is substantial, and it is succeeded by the final environmental impact report, and it was in the original EIR, which I mentioned at the other hearing. I called it Plan B, which was the one between no project, which made no sense to me, but I suppose that's how an EIR is constructed. And the proposed project in the middle of which was what I'm calling Plan B, which was 43,000 square feet, something in that neighborhood. And you had mentioned that there were 9 or 12 indices that were being measured. Well, I haven't found those, but this is an interesting conclusion. It's the last line in the EIR. The reduced project, which is the Plan B, the reduced project alternative also would conceivably be able to meet a majority, if not all, of the proposed project objectives. And I think that's what we're getting at in our line of questioning is, to what degree might you be interested in something like Plan B? And it's not just the setback on Alberta, on building 401, if that's the right building. It's a whole discussion of mass and scale and the, not the quantitative issues. And I say this because I don't know when I'm going to get a chance to chat with you again. It's not the quantitative issues of 50% occupancy of the land and you're at 45.9 and 35% maximum height and you're at 35. We've had discussions that they're not maximums, they're targets. And that doesn't square with the language we have on the unique, small, blah, blah, blah sense of the feel and place that we've been talking about a lot these days. And so, you know, I go to the 43,000 as a layman looking for a simple solution to something that seems to me to not look like anything else in the neighborhood. And can you help me with any of those hurdles that I have, that it does look like other things in the neighborhood, that it is compatible mass and scale, because that's right now where I'm heading toward.
I guess the two things that come to mind is that neighborhood has a plethora of different architectural styles. Not one of those projects is the exact same. Every one of them is different. What we tried to do is model this project, even if it's got a more current look than the other historical projects in town, like the high school, like other historic buildings that are here. Our goal when we go into any community is to build to the highest level of quality we can build, that we know that that's timeless, and that to try and imitate what has already been accepted and embraced in any town. So if that answers your question, I mean, it's a Mediterranean style is exactly what most of the Bay Area embraces. We've built, this would be our 5th building like it. Most communities love the style. But again, it depends on what your view is on again, mass and scale.
Yeah, it's not a style question for me. I think the buildings have style. I think the LEED's commitment as energy conservation is great. I think all the environmental aspects of the project is great. It's mass and scale, and it's not style. And you mentioned the high school. Now, Commissioner Hudis and I were out there for some time today, and I've been out there for some time before, and it occurred to me, you stop me if I'm going in the wrong direction with this, but it occurred to me today that I've lived here for 36 years. What?
This is a question period.
How do I say this to him later?
You don't need to. Well, you can say it to him. If it's not a question, there wouldn't be an answer.
Oh, goodness, there may not be an answer. Commissioner Hudis, bail me out.
Let me actually, if you don't mind, I'd like to get into a different area of questioning. So I think I've formed some opinions about the mass myself. So, and I've gotten some questions answered about it. So I wanted to talk about the street, and we asked some questions about this, or I asked some questions about this last time. My understanding is that the street will remain 35 or 36 feet, and that there'll be a restriping and an elimination of parking, but not at the south end, because there is no parking currently at the south end, but at the north end. So if you kind of divide the property in half, and we're talking about the left half or the south half of the street, we have a dedicated right turn lane, we have a straight or left turn lane, and then we also have an entrance lane. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what I was interested in is your openness to working with the town's complete streets policy and where we're doing new development to put in an actual bike lane and potentially widen Alberta Way, which also might help with this, how close, where this facade is relative to the other residents, and also to potentially give us a way to get emergency vehicles in and out of there, and again, particularly when there is the potential of gridlock on Highway 9, which we don't have a permanent solution for. So, have you thought about the idea that I put on the table last time about widening, maybe straightening Alberta Way and widening it somewhat?
I think my response to you was, we actually don't have, I mean, architecturally, and I'd have to ask Dan on this, architecturally, we don't have a concern straightening this out. In fact, we've talked to the community about traffic calming quite a bit. Just to reiterate, each one of these outbound lanes is a 10-foot lane, right? So the far right lane you talked about going right, the middle lane that would come through either go straight or left, and then the inbound lane. Inbound lane is 16 feet. This is a public works conversation if they'd like to jump in, but each one of these is 10 feet going out. I think when you asked last time, my comment was, if you have an idea of what that means in terms of adding a bike lane, does that mean it's 2 feet, or what are you looking for in terms of the front? We don't have a problem making this straight at all. We'd love to do it from that standpoint, and if there's other traffic calming measures, we're open to them as well.
So I'm not expert enough to give you an answer on how wide, but I guess if you're open to that, then potentially you could work with staff and work with the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee to actually get a real bike lane in on Alberta Way, and potentially even explore, the town could explore continuing that bike lane to the crosswalk of Highway 9 as well, and at least we'd have a little bit more bike lane as a result of working with this project.
We would definitely consider it.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I've received the request from a number of individuals that we take a 10-minute break, and so we shall. Questions for the applicant? No. Commissioner Birch?
Sorry. Just a quick question I'd highlighted when we were discussing the EIR that I forgot to ask you. In the final EIR on page 3-2, we discuss a height restriction exception. And basically, this is a height exemption for the towers. Now, as we go through the discussions, I'm very compromise-minded, so you'll probably hear me ask these type of things a lot. If, as we're looking at height and mass, is that tower component an area that you are willing to compromise on to keep the height at our standards?
Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Hudas?
I had some questions about the traffic and the TIA, and some of our residents did some analysis, and I know there's been a rebuttal to this, but frankly, this is part that I was not able to absorb in the time allotted. So maybe I could ask you to respond to the analysis that was done by, let's see, looks like...
Which exhibit would that be, Commissioner?
Don't see
Just the exhibit number.
It was in the desk item, so it didn't have an
Tonight's?
exhibit number.
Thank you.
And there's an email from Bob Burke dated August 18, and then there are several pages that follow. And on page 8 and 9 and 10, there's a discussion about the traffic flows and how the applicant's traffic report in the EIR omitted all vehicles heading eastbound, and suggested that there are 3 times the number of trips. And I'm wondering, there's a lot of detail in here that frankly I haven't absorbed, but if you've had a chance to look over these comments, and I know you made a rebuttal to them, could you talk about your perception about what the traffic flows are and whether these numbers are correct or they're not correct?
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to explain it. Maybe with an exhibit, maybe we can pull up the interchange and the project area.
I'm referring to page 8, 9, and 10 of this report that came in off of Mr. Burke's email.
Better to do one of my exhibits, one of my figures, or the figures that we had in there. I've seen it before. That one is fine. Yeah. Do you have the red? Where's the red line? Okay. The issue is as follows. When we did the traffic study, we did intersection 20 movement counts at intersection number 3, which is the intersection with Alberta Way. There, the question is regarding the number of cars that are arriving at Alberta Way eastbound. The traffic flow that is arriving at this intersection comes from 3 different areas. It comes from eastbound Los Gatos Saratoga road. It comes from the northbound off ramp, and it comes from this off ramp, the loop ramp that comes from the south. The volumes that are shown in our analysis report that there are about 800 something vehicles arriving here, and the statement by Mr. Burke was made that he is under the impression that that traffic only represents traffic coming from Los Gatos Saratoga Road. And in some respect, he is correct in the sense that we also have traffic counts that were provided by Caltrans on this ramp that leads to the intersection, as well as for this loop ramp. When you add those traffic volumes together, you end up having a higher volume than we've indicated in our report. However, what we have noticed that the Caltrans volumes that were provided to us were significantly overestimated. Those counts are incorrect, they're inaccurate. We did our subsequent traffic count ourselves about 2 weeks ago to see how much traffic there actually is on this ramp, and in particular this ramp. Caltrans reported this loop ramp has about 1,100 vehicles in the morning. And based on the traffic counts that we did, that volume is more in the 300 range. So the discrepancy comes from adding traffic volumes together provided by Caltrans and the ones that we've reported, and coming up with a different volume at intersection number 3. Now, we strongly believe that the volumes that we have reported in the report are consistent, because when you look at the traffic going eastbound at intersection number 3, it is very similar. What we reported is very similar to the number of the number of cars that are arriving at number 4 going eastbound, because there should not be much different, because the only traffic that is added or subtracted from that volume is that the turning movement that's happening at intersection number 3, which is not a lot. Most of the traffic that goes eastbound continues to go eastbound to Los Gatos Boulevard. So the counts that we've conducted at intersection number 3 and that we've been using for the analysis are, in our opinion, accurate.
Have you provided the data that you said you collected recently?
No, because no, I have not.
Okay, would you be willing to provide that information? Because I think we have to rely on information that we have in front of us.
I understand. What we would probably do, or what we could do, we could just actually do a new count and record the volumes precisely at this ramp. I'm more than happy to do that.
So, but conceptually, regardless of the number, do you agree with the point in this report that says that vehicles arriving from CA 17 headed eastbound, that it omitted all vehicles arriving from CA 17 heading eastbound on Highway 9?
No, they are accounted for. They are not omitted.
Okay. So if you could provide any information to back that up, we would appreciate that, but we don't really have anything in front of us at this point.
I understand.
Good. Other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Hanson.
So I had a question on traffic as well. We talked at our last hearing about this. You had a table about the incremental increase in traffic counts. And I kind of wanted to go back to the source of that. I know where the number came from, and it was based on peak hours and everything. So what are you using as the basis for determining that there's 139 peak AM? Is it based on the capacity of the garage or the number of people that will be working there? How does that work?
Okay, good question. The way that works, there's what we call the ITE Trip Generation Manual, ITE, Institute for Traffic Engineers, which is a manual, which is maybe the Bible for traffic engineers, that contains survey data that was taken over a long period of time at over 200 sites in the United States, that basically surveys the actual number of cars generated by office buildings at all different variety, all the different sizes, and it basically takes an average of that. So, based on actual survey data, we know with a fairly high level of accuracy what a building of this size, 93,000 square feet, would generate in terms of traffic volumes in the morning and in the afternoon during the peak hour.
Okay, that makes sense. Since you're here in Silicon Valley, and and we have some companies that have some interesting models of running their business and everything. And I mean, do you think there's any need to look at variations from the ITE standard when we're looking at things in the Silicon Valley? Because it certainly our conditions here might be different than, and I know you do have a nationwide average, but I'm from Ohio. It's certainly conditions are different in Ohio than they are here. So.
Yeah, what we've seen actually, we have done trip generation counts for some other office buildings here in the town of Los Gatos, and we found actually that the trip generation rates are slightly lower than what the ITE trip generation manual provides us. So, talk about local conditions. We've seen in the town of Los Gatos at several office buildings that the trip generation is lower than what is reported in the ITE and what we've been using for this project.
Okay.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Some of the other points made in this letter, I think it was dated the 18th, raise a question too as the number of occupants in the building. We've assumed that there will be 320 cars or thereabouts. That also assumes so many square foot per occupant. And the letter posits that you could virtually double that with the model that is now used by many Silicon Valley companies, 40 square feet, as I recall, per person. Would it affect your calculations if instead of 320, let's say, occupants, you had 750?
Well, like I said, I think the average trip rates for buildings and offices of this quality and size is directly related to trip generation that is reported in the ITE. It has about a 95 or 90% correlation between the size of the building and the actual trips generated. So there is not much variation in that.
The ITE has to take into account and make certain assumptions. And clearly the variance between 320 and 750 is an interesting variance in assumptions. Can you analyze the ITE assumptions to figure out what they calculate for a given number of square feet? So if you're in Ohio and you have a building that's 300,000 square feet, and you're in Silicon Valley and you have a building for 300,000 square feet, you're going to use the same ITE no matter what the size of the space used by the occupant. Does that make any sense to you?
Well, I guess my answer to that is we've done many surveys, actual surveys of office buildings in the Bay Area, including in Los Gatos, what I just mentioned. And we see either a very close relationship between the rates that we measure and what we see reported in the ITE trip generation manual. So even on local conditions, it's very similar.
Have you looked at the calculations used by Netflix?
No, I have not.
That's perhaps the largest building we've recently gone over. We had a lot of traffic studies in that. Now we have the proof of the pudding. So you've not looked at that?
No, I have not looked at that.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Hudas.
As a follow-up to that, have you seen the ITE numbers change as patterns of office use have changed, in my own experience, dramatically in the last 10 years, where they're much denser offices? Have the ITE numbers changed as that's changed?
The ITE manual comes out, updates every 2, 3, 4 years, and with additional data that's then provided and added to data that was already existing, and especially for typical land uses such as office residential areas, I have not seen much change at all in those rates. Let me give you one more assurance too in terms of the number of people that will be in that building. Our lease will be very specific about how many people will be in that building and how many people won't. Yeah, so this is not a call center. The comment that came from the commenter was based on a call center or a marketing group or what have you. In our particular case, we will actually have a top cap on the number of employees in that building, and I imagine your use permit will as well.
And what is that top cap?
The top cap is the exact parking ratio that we have, 390 spaces.
And that translates to how many people?
390.
One person per car.
That's right.
Thank you. Tom.
And you've said that you would anticipate that we would put that in your use permit.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, most towns do.
Other questions for the applicant? Going once? Seeing none. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm going to close that portion of the public hearing and turn to the commission for questions of staff, discussion, comments, or a motion. Commissioner Erickson.
So I have some questions of staff to be sure that I'm less confused than I may be at the moment. So if I read proposed conditional approval number 70, it suggests that the parking on the on-strike parking on Alberta Way is eliminated in front of the project, which I believe is 5 spaces. it doesn't reference anything, there's lots of conditions of approval in here, but it doesn't reference anything about the parking spaces on what would be the east side of Alberto, which is adjacent to the restaurant. So there's been conversation about removing 8 places, 5, 3, but if I read the conditions of approval, I believe that it only references the ones in front of the project.
Ms. Peterson?
Thank you, Lisa Peterson, Town Engineer. I would have to go back and reread that condition. It is the intent that we were getting 5 parking spaces removed at the frontage of the office building and 3 on the other side of the street.
Okay, well, just for clarification, let me read you that one. So it says, on-street parking along the project's Alberta Way frontage shall remain prohibited after the construction, installation, and public improvements. So I would assume the interpretation is that frontage of the project would be only that side of the street, not the east side of the street.
I believe that we also do reference putting in red curb for no parking on the opposite side of the street.
Well, I was trying to try, okay, that's fine, as long as we're clear about what's in the conditions of approval.
I read that somewhere, that they're going to eliminate the parking on the other side of the street. I wondered how they could do that, but I guess the traffic department can do that. Yes?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
I was commenting to Commissioner Erickson that I also read that parking on the other side of the street was going to be eliminated. And I was wondering how they would do that. That wouldn't be coming from the applicant, that would be coming from the town. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's a requirement that's coming from us.
Commissioner Erickson?
So I'm satisfied with that. I mean, I'm satisfied with the fact that the question's been raised and one would address it. I have a couple of other questions, if the chair's okay. So the size of I believe, if I understand correctly, the parcel that's under consideration for this project is about 2 acres in size, and there's the buildings being proposed are about roughly 92,000 square feet. So I'm curious, what is the size of the parcel immediately across the street that has the other commercial development, and what's the square footage of that?
You're talking about the motel and office and restaurant property?
Absolutely.
The size of that property is 1.55 acres, almost 66,000 square feet. The total floor area on that lot is 21,757. This is all from the PD zone that was approved there. And the total number of parking spaces is 77 cars. Was there another part to your question that I can answer?
So can you, I don't want to be too dense, but I didn't follow all of it. So it's approximately 1.55 acres. How many square feet of developed space is there?
21,757, so that's about a 33% lot coverage.
Okay, yeah, okay, so there's about roughly 22,000 square feet on approximately 1.5 acre size lot. Okay. With the chair's indulgence, I've got a couple other questions for the staff.
Go ahead.
So in what I'm going to refer to as the Alberta Way neighborhood, okay, do all of the other developments, to the best of your knowledge, both commercial and residential, meet the on-site parking requirements of the town code?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay, so there would not necessarily be any need to have on-street parking to meet as a conceptual way of providing adequate parking for any of the development in the so-called Albert Way neighborhood.
Correct.
Okay. So, and I think Jennifer's ready to answer this question with a little help potentially from Sally. And this is going to be a long question, but there's a reason. There's part A, part B, part C, part D, part E, part F. So to the question, and it's all about architectural style. So I've asked them to be prepared to answer the question about what is the architectural style of the existing buildings on the site. That's part A.
I'm going to let Sally handle that.
Our on-staff new architect.
Good evening, Commission. And I think that was referenced in some of your questions, Mediterranean or, a contemporary
the existing building.
The existing building. Sorry. Yeah, so the existing is sort of a two-story, it's probably built in the early 60s, we're thinking, and it's a kind of a ranch-style two-story with external circulation.
Okay, and the proposed building is Mediterranean style, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so now I'm going to go across the street. So there's a commercial complex across the street. How would you characterize the architectural style of that?
So that also is contemporary. It has some traditional elements in it that have probably been more recently added. Some of the wood trim on the columns. There's a fascia. It also has a mansard roof, like this project that you're looking at this evening. The mansard roof is a similar kind of an element.
Okay,
That's probably again kind of we would call that late 20th century or turn of the century.
Yeah, that's what it said.
Turn of the 21st century.
So then, okay, let's go down the street then. The Pueblo de Los Gatos complex at 420 Alberta Way.
Well, there's a number of complexes, and those are primarily sort of townhomes with independent external entries. They're two-story. They're, again, sort of contemporary, which is generally post-World War II, again, towards the end of the 20th century architecture.
Right, generally consistent with the commercial property that's adjacent to it.
Yes.
Correct. Okay, then next one is Las Quitas complex that's at 435 Alberta Way.
Again, two-story, late 20th century modern townhouse, has a, comp shingle roof. Again, it's got individual entries, clustered townhouse, late modern developments.
And the Los Gatos Commons complex.
Los Gatos Common. Again, the same sort of era, 80s, 90s, very stripped down, simple kind of townhome developments.
So that
there's one in there that's more of a neo-craftsman. The one that the units in the complex at the corner of
So if you were going to make a general statement about the architectural style of all of the ones that I asked you about, absent the project one, what would your general description of that architectural style be?
Yeah, I would come back to generally contemporary, and contemporary again is generally late 20th century and into the 21st century. So it goes beyond postmodernism. It's 80s and on, or 70s on, right in that era. They're sort of vernacular, contemporary.
Right. Not Mediterranean, though. Is that correct?
Some of them do have red tile roofs, right? So there are certain elements that they would share with that, and there's that mansard roof across the street. So I think that, again, in that era and in this era, there's different elements that can be put together in an architectural design.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson.
I had two questions for staff. And I had some questions about the EIR since we're supposed to certify or not, but I don't know if we have time to go through all those questions. But let me start with my two top-line ones. The objectives of the project talk about redeveloping the site to create a net positive fiscal impact to the town of Los Gatos and Los Gatos school districts. Could you tell me what that would be? Can
you Can you restate the question?
On page 2-7 of the EIR, it is the second page of the project objectives. And on the top one on that page says, an objective of the project is to redevelop the site to create a net positive fiscal impact to the town of Los Gatos and Los Gatos school districts. So I'm just curious, what, from our vantage point, what would the net positive fiscal impact be? Not just the traffic impact fees, I'm assuming, but
Right. So the project objectives is something that is provided by the applicant. It's what their objectives are for the project that they are proposing. My understanding of what is intended by that objective is to have the redevelopment of the site being something that is positive and supporting to the community. So bringing in a new building, new business, that sort of thing.
And so just to add on to that too, it's generally will be a net increase in property taxes, which is a net increase to the schools, and then they will also have to pay additional SB 50 impact fees to the schools without any student generation from this project.
okay, so that's the
Correct.
technical answer. Okay, and then relative to kind of our experience of this, it struck me kind of because of the large number of residences on this dead-end street. Do we have a precedent office development in such a configuration on a dead-end street in Los Gatos anywhere? I couldn't think off the top of my head of one, but
I don't know if there is one. I mean, we go back to the basis, the general plan permits office, it's commercial for this property, and the zoning also as well. And so that is the land use that we are testing this project against.
I
don't recall any to answer your question more specifically.
Because a lot of the difficulties with this project are is dealing with the 300 or so residences there. So if we had any experience with that, I would, yeah. But I couldn't think of a place where we have something similar.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'm wondering if, we were concerned when the restaurant went in with parking. And this whole concept of this motel, office, and restaurant is that the office is basically open in the daytime, the restaurant may be open for lunch, but heavier business at night. The motel tends to be an evening, night business. So this was to work. I'm wondering to what extent it has worked out with reference to the fact that we're going to be removing 8 street parking sites. What kind of anticipation would you have as to what that will do to the restaurant's customers? Because what we've found in the past is they were parking on the lot across the street, whether they had permission or not permission. Now, I think there'll be better supervision of that property. So do we have any opinion as to what taking these 8 parking spots will do to the traffic generated by the restaurant?
So as with any project, that one was evaluated and is required to provide whatever parking is required on its site. So we don't take into account on-street parking when doing those analyses. Obviously, as you mentioned before, there was discussion about the potential for future if a challenge comes up where they're not able to accommodate that parking, considering entering into a parking agreement with the property next door. The town has a process for that. It's alternating use of parking, and we get a conditional use permit so that we can memorialize that. And that was not required and hasn't been brought forward since.
But we don't have any evidence at the moment, one way or the other, on whether there is a traffic problem caused by the new restaurant.
That's correct.
Commissioner Hudas.
Following up on that, what is the procedure for removing parking from a town street, and do we need any justification to remove that parking? We did have testimony at the previous hearing that the residents across the street use that parking frequently. I experienced it visiting the site on a Saturday, and it was full. The street was full of parking, and it was clearly not from the office activity because their lots are empty most of the time anyway, and there was virtually no one there. So what what mechanism do we have when someone wants to do a project and remove parking?
I would defer to Ms. Peterson.
Yes, thank you. So that is something that is to the discretion of the PPW department. Oftentimes, we look at it from a standpoint of safety. So, of course, if a development is coming in and we see safety issues for a need to remove on-street parking, such as is in this case, then we would call for that removal.
To follow up on that, if that street were wider by a lane or a bicycle lane plus, would it be possible to retain that parking?
The parking that we're talking about, that's in front of the project, that's an issue of site distance because of that curve. Now, if you talked about, changing the alignment, there's, definitely a possibility there. As far as the other side of the street, yes, there is a possibility. It depends how far down that we could get that widening.
And with regard to widening streets, tell me a little bit about the transportation element and TRA 2.8 to develop complete streets within the town that include landscape and shared space for bicycles, cars, pedestrians, and transit. Does that refer to putting bike lanes in places? And what's the town's position on encouraging encouraging more bike lanes in town?
Yes, so our position is that the complete streets is in the general plan. It is something that we are trying to encourage pedestrian and bicycle improvements when developments come in. So that is something that we ask for and we look for.
Is this development an opportunity to put in complete streets since there's the possibility of realigning this street?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Hanson.
Without getting into every detailed question I had on the EIR, I had a generalized question, and it came up in a lot of the letters that we got as well. There were a number of identified impacts that were, because of mitigation measures, determined to be less than significant. Taking just air quality, for example, a number of the residents challenged the adequacy of the mitigation measure. For example, putting the special kind of heating system in only addressed one of the air quality hazards. And it would only be, since it's a heating system, being during the winter. So, and I could give other examples, but my general question is, what do we do with that? If we are of the same mind that those mitigation measures aren't adequate or don't measure up to the problem, do we suggest a new one, or do we turn down, not certify the EAR?
Well, I'd actually like to defer that, or have Richard James, the principal with EMC, who's the town's consultant who prepared the EIR, come up to address that issue.
Okay, if the Commission feels that the mitigation measures in the EIR are not adequate to address the impacts that are identified, then the Commission has a couple alternatives. They could, of course, simply not certify the EIR. That's one option. Another option is to substitute additional measures or make amendments to the measures that are in there.
Well, can I ask you, and since you were involved in the preparation of the EIR, I mean, what is your position? Just taking the air quality one, for example, it was challenged by a number of the residences. So there's obviously a measure of parts per millions of air quality issues, and you have a theory about how much this project will add to that. So how do you correlate the mitigation measure with that in terms of, does it, can you make a match between a number, or is it just saying something that would be effective?
Yeah, specific to the air quality, because there was some confusion I noticed in the letters on the air quality measures. There are a couple of different impacts that are discussed regarding air quality. One of them has to do with criteria air pollutants, things like nitrous oxides, reactive organic gases, also known as VOC, volatile organic compounds, and PM10, which is dust, basically, particulate matter. We didn't include the CaliMod, which is the air quality modeling program that's currently used. We didn't include the results of that because this project's well under the Bay Area Air Quality Management District's 2011 guideline screening thresholds. The project is 95,000 square feet, more or less, and their screening threshold's 277,000 square feet for an office building. So we didn't include any analysis numbers. We did run CaliMod because it was required for the greenhouse gas emissions, so we do know what the numbers were. They came in, if you would like to hear them. The standard is about 54 under the 2011 guidelines, although those have been rescinded by the Air District because of the lawsuit. The prior standards were 80 pounds per day of emissions. The project emissions for criteria air pollutants, ROG was 12.7, so well below either 54 or 80. Nitrous oxides was 11.6, which is well below 54 or 80 standard. And PM10 was at 5.3, well below the 80 or 82 standard. So there was no significant impact in regard to criteria air pollutants. A lot of people looked and said, well, you've got this mitigation measure for low NOx heating units. That was put in for consistency with the 2010 Clean Air Plan. So it's a completely different issue that's being addressed. The low NOx doesn't address NOx from automobiles. It addresses consistency with the control measures that are built into the air quality plan.
I see. So relative to my question, that you wouldn't try and match it up with the, the amount because it was under the threshold.
Right.
But it was more about the steps in the plan and making
Right.
sure that all of those were addressed.
Right. It's
Is
two
that right?
different issues. One is automobile emissions, which was under the threshold considerably. And the other issue is consistency with control measures that are aimed at region-wide reducing air emissions, primarily from stationary sources like buildings.
Okay. I had the same kind of question specifically on some of the transportation mitigations. And for example, it's documented there's going to be an additional 700 trips a day. People might argue if that number's right or not, but that's what the ITE said. And so the two mitigations that were proposed, and then the applicant has signed up to do some others, were to restripe Alberta Way. And so then the question in my mind was the same one that I had about the air quality, which is how does that fix 700 trips a day? Or does it, or do we even know?
We rely entirely for that type of analysis on the traffic impact analysis that was prepared and then peer reviewed by both town staff and by the town's traffic consultant. And so what's in the EIR is basically taken directly from the traffic impact analysis. So they run the numbers with existing situation, what's out there right now, and then they run it again with the changes that are proposed. And when they run it with the changes that are proposed, the level of service result that comes back says it's acceptable. For a detailed response on it, I think I'd have to defer to the traffic consultant.
Okay, but so that TIA that is done, though, does feed in. There was a table in the EIR that actually said existing project, I forget what page it's on, but existing project plus proposed project and what the level of service would be. So the input to make those numbers would have come from the TIA where they reran it based on the proposed mitigation and or the additional traffic.
Right. They analyze it with the proposed condition and the proposed traffic level.
And then that was what resulted in the table here.
Is either, yes, it's acceptable, or no, it's not acceptable.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Just to follow up, and it may not be your department, we received a letter, more than one on this question, on the power plants that are on the roof, as to whether or not they're adequately shielded from visibility And the letter continued to say the power plant providing exhaust on the garage, 2 levels of garage, and power plant for the building itself. Now, these are all source of admissions, and I'm not an expert in environmental impact, etc., but in your estimation, all the things I just mentioned are within standard and are acceptable?
Yeah, I mentioned the CaliMod model, which is the air quality analysis tool that's recognized statewide, and that takes into account all the different components of the building and the site, as well as the traffic that's generated.
What about the location of the external power plants on air conditioning or electricity? Are they properly situated? Letter thought that they weren't. In your opinion, are they fine?
My understanding, and this comes from the noise section, is that they're 175 feet from the nearest resident. We didn't do a specific analysis on that equipment, but that's a pretty standard component of a building, and I don't think there would be an issue.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Hudis.
As a follow-up, Commissioner Hansen's questions about emissions and health impact, there was a letter from Roman Rufinoff on August 14, which we received just before this meeting, and it gets into some detail on the health impact. Have you reviewed those calculations and the health impact? And are the mitigation measures adequate? It looks significant to me, 0.6 metric tons equivalent to 162-gallon gasoline spill, 3.2 metric tons of carbon monoxide, etc. Have you reviewed that letter, and what's your opinion about that?
I did read that letter, and again, I go back to the CaliMod model, which projects emissions from both vehicles and from the building itself, and its numbers came out far below the threshold that the Air District established back in 2011. So we don't see an issue there.
So you've looked at these specific numbers? And
Yeah, we generate numbers through a different mechanism, through the model that the state has blessed as the correct methodology for analyzing air quality impacts. And using that methodology, the numbers were well below for operational.
Thank you.
I asked the applicant, Mr. James, the size and the scope of this document is impressive, but you know, I'm looking at the viability of your final sentence. The reduced project alternative also would conceivably be able to meet a majority of, if not all, proposed project objectives. Does that have viability? Is that something I should consider?
Okay, CEQA guidelines gives direction on how a jurisdiction approves a project. And a project like this, and it's been said a number of times I've heard tonight that the project has no significant impacts. In fact, the project does have significant impacts. They are mitigated through the mitigation measures, every one in this case. Some projects, of course, you'll have a significant and unavoidable impact where the impact remains significant even with mitigation applied. CEQA guidelines in a number of places talks about when a jurisdiction approves a project, it needs to eliminate, to the extent feasible, significant impacts. You can do that, and it uses this language consistently throughout by the application of feasible alternatives or feasible mitigation measures. So in a project like this where there are feasible mitigation measures, that's the typical route that's taken, is to approve the project with those mitigation measures. Obviously, the Commission has the authority to approve an alternative project as well. So it's really the discretion of the Commission. But CEQA definitely uses that either-or language throughout. Feasible alternatives or feasible mitigation measures. It's always difficult, of course, for us as EIR consultants to state authoritatively if an alternative is feasible or not. That's really something that an applicant needs to look at and pencil out and say yes or no.
it seems a lot of gray to me. And I often encounter the phrase "to the extent feasible." And does it ever say no? Does it ever say no? This cannot be mitigated? No. But
We do run into impacts that cannot be mitigated.
I didn't see that I didn't see that in this report. Is that correct?
No, there were no significant unavoidable impacts in this report.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
I had a question about greenhouse gases. It's on 3-98 of the draft EIR. And it wasn't identified as a significant impact, but what caught my attention was there was a projected increase, of course, of greenhouse gases, and of course the town has a sustainability plan, and we're trying to get all that down. Right under the table, it says the air district does not have a threshold of significance for construction phase greenhouse gas emissions, and so I wondered about that because I thought probably the greatest source of greenhouse gas emissions will be during the construction phase of the project, especially with all those trucks and diesel and hauling and all that kind of stuff. So that concerned me. Is there a reason I shouldn't be concerned? I mean, and is it ignored because the air district doesn't have a standard for it, or?
We look simply at the operational, ongoing greenhouse gas emissions. Obviously, there are greenhouse gas emissions during construction. I believe the basis of the state's overall plan for greenhouse gas reduction is to basically write those off because they do exist and they'll be temporary, and to really look at the ongoing permanent greenhouse gas reductions, through LEED certified buildings, that type of thing, reductions in automobile traffic.
Okay.
And of course, the state looks at much bigger, broader things than that too, that are well beyond, a typical city or town approval.
But basically, you're saying, they don't consider it significant because it's not an ongoing thing.
Right.
It's a relatively short period of time.
Temporary. It's going to happen with any project, and basically, I think it's such a small component of the total greenhouse gas emissions, looking at it from a state or regional or worldwide standpoint, that it's really just ignored at this point. There may be, and obviously there's some things you could probably do to reduce greenhouse gas emissions during construction. You could use, more efficient construction equipment, that sort of thing. That you could, do some reductions in that manner, but again, it's short term and it doesn't have the lasting impact on emissions the building and the project itself do over its lifetime.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Birch.
Earlier when you were talking and we said if perhaps we don't agree with some of the mitigation measures, we are able then to suggest something that we would prefer. So while this clearly does state what I think we all know, that there's a lot of diesel exhaust during the excavation portion. Although it's considered to be such a short period of time, so there's really no mitigation measures even put in here, we would be able to write in or provide some mitigating measures that we may prefer, which I'd spoken to the applicant about earlier because I was thinking about this exact topic. For example, during excavation, having the large trucks idle on the farthest side of the site away from the residents, creating a taller screening from the residents, using a construction fence with screening that would mitigate. Even though there are no mitigation measures, I assume I can add those in if I would prefer to.
You can add those in, and we do have some suggestions along those lines if you're interested in seeing
I'm
those.
very interested, yes.
Okay. There are a couple things. Idling is controlled by California Air Resources Board. There's a 5-minute with some exceptions for, where it's impossible not to idle. Operating a crane, for example, is one. Queuing away from residents is certainly a good idea. You could institute a stronger idling requirement if you want, stronger than the standard 5-minute state mandate. The state does actually suggest potential for a 2-minute idling, and you might want to consider that in locations that are nearest to the residents, for example. You might have a differential idling requirement. There's also, starting in 1996, the U.S. EPA started evaluating and setting standards for off-road diesel engines. And so there are classifications of engines starting with, what do they call them? Tier 1, which started in 1996, Tier 2, which came in, I think, in the early 2000s, and so on. Recently introduced Tier 4. And I have some information, if you would like to see it, on how the relative emissions are from those different types of engines. So that's another approach you might want to take, is to mandate the level of engine that's used on the construction equipment.
Well, and that sounds great, but that's nearly impossible to do, to have a subcontractor of a subcontractor of a subcontractor have a certain year-built piece of equipment. So I would like to know the difference between a Tier 3 and a Tier 4, because judging by what I see, I think most pieces of equipment that are out there right now are Tier 3.
There's a comparison. You can see from Tier 1 to Tier 2 was a significant drop in emissions.
But there's quite a significant drop between, it looks like, a Tier 3 and a Tier 4. I don't have my glasses, so I think I'm saying that right.
Tier 3 to Tier 4 is a huge drop also. Tier 4 just came in 2011 to 14. There's probably not a lot of Tier 4 equipment out there.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Hudas.
I have some questions about traffic. I have no more on the EIR.
Thank you, sir.
Who else wants to? In a few places in the final and in the final, there's reference to Caltrans suggestions, page 2-29 and 2-30. And so my question is, has the town consulted with Caltrans, and are we confident that the suggestions will be followed? There's some suggestions under point 2 on page 2-29, and also there's some suggestions on point 5 on page 2-30. Will these, have we consulted with Caltrans, and will these be implemented?
So thank you. So these suggestions came from a review of the EIR, but additionally, as I had mentioned previously, the applicant will need to apply for an encroachment permit. So during the process of applying for an encroachment permit, all of these requirements that Caltrans has requested will be implemented, and maybe additional ones depending on what Caltrans wants.
Okay, so that's something that follows, and something that we will be on top of as a town.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, one more question from resident letter on July 29. There was a concern about the stability of the overpass on Highway 9 and the liquefaction zone. Has Caltrans or another engineer looked at the impact of the 20 feet of excavation on the overpass and infrastructure that's close by?
So Caltrans did review the project for the EIR. If they had issues or concerns about that, they probably would have made some mention of it. Additionally, they'll have another opportunity through the encroachment permit process.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like significant concerns, and it might be better to address it proactively rather than just see whether they've got it or not. It sounds like an important concern. Those are the questions I had on traffic.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
It's not a question. I wonder if we can perhaps move on now to finding out what is the pleasure of the commission. Because if we have more questions, we ought to ask them. If we don't, then I think we have to talk among ourselves to see where we want to go.
I think we're at that point.
Okay. I'll throw something out, I guess, to get it started. The applicant seemed willing to consider some suggestions we might have. Very frankly, this project is too big for me. One of the alternatives, and the chair has read that last sentence, which I think is important. For many reasons, which I won't go into right now, I think the project is too large. One of the alternatives calls for a reduction of 1/3. I'm not altogether sure that 1/3 is enough, but at least it's something better than 100%. So I would not support a motion to approve this project as it is. I would personally, I would be fair to the applicant, would suggest if we have some things we would like the applicant to consider, to condition, to come back, that we do that tonight. If, on the other hand, it appears that people believe that there is not enough the applicant can do, or they believe that he's done enough, that we can get that put on the table too. But I'm just saying, I'm throwing out for discussion my feeling, and hopefully I was clear on that.
Comment. Commissioner Birch.
Commissioner, can I ask, also following up on what your comment just was, that seemed to address the architectural and site application. Do you have any feelings about the conditional use permit or the EIR?
Yes, I don't see how, personally, I think we should send it back, and if we're going to send it back, and get it taken care of before we deal with the EIR and the use permit, particularly the use permit. But at the moment, I have serious considerations about traffic, and I don't think the numbers provided to us are realistic. And I have now been doing this for many, many years, and I have found that often the traffic engineering doesn't meet reality. And that's just based on my experience, and I personally feel that's the case here too. But we don't have to get there tonight. If we were to say, come back with a project which is either as suggested in the alternative, or a smaller project which is not less than the alternative suggested, and other things like the height and that kind of thing, I think we could defer a decision on CEQA and defer the decision on the use permit.
Comment. Commissioner Hanson.
I agree with most of what Commissioner O'Donnell said. I, too, am troubled by the size of the project for the location it's in. I wanted to make a point, and I thought about this a lot in the last few days. This is the existing office complex that's there now is out of date. It does need to be redeveloped. Clearly, the applicant had a great intent to put a LEED certified building in there. It would be great. The problem is it's too big for that site. With the 300 or so residences that are there and the dead end street, if you could put this project on University or Winchester, then it would be a lot easier to consider. I too have concerns about the traffic. In addition to the size and mass issues, I am very sensitive to the neighbors that are living there now and all the images that they showed us. And I went and checked it out again today about, and as I said earlier, having their view of the Santa Cruz Mountains blocked. I don't know what can be done about that. I mean, if they didn't have Building B or 405, then it wouldn't be a problem. But I don't know if that's an option. But I certainly want the applicant to figure out a way to try and help those residences not lose their view.
Thank you. Commissioner Erickson.
So it seems to me we have a site with what I would call a functionally obsolete set of buildings that were likely designed for another use in another time. It's in a mixed-use residential commercial neighborhood with a single arterial ingress and egress. And one could reasonably conclude that it's, as Commissioner Hanson just noted, that it's in need of redevelopment. Seems to me so we're leaving the EIR aside for the moment. The conditional use permit application, the uses proposed are generally consistent with the general plan and with the zoning for the site. So I don't have a problem with the use being proposed. With regard to the architectural site application, for me, a key consideration is to go back and look at the commercial design guidelines that we should be looking at with respect to this particular building, and that I would suggest the applicant should look at carefully. I would give, when I looked at this and thought about it, I looked at section 1.4, which are the community expectations of the commercial design guidelines. So I would give the applicant kudos for some of those, and I'll suggest 3 in particular: highest quality architectural landscape and site development design. I think they've done a good job with that. High quality materials and craftsmanship. I think they're proposing a very high quality building. And a sustainable design, and they've declared their intent to do that. But I would bring 3 other of those important community expectations to the attention of the applicant and to my fellow commissioners. One of those is careful attention to architectural and landscape details similar to the town's residential structures. Second, the sensitive interface of commercial development with adjacent residential neighborhoods. Third, scale and character appropriate to the setting. I think this application as proposed, for me, doesn't go far enough in satisfying those community expectations that we've codified in the commercial design guidelines. So I would want, but given that there are kudos that I gave to the applicant, I would want to give them an opportunity to continue the good work that they've done so far for the use that they have, but being more respectful of those, particularly in this neighborhood, which is obviously a mixed-use residential and commercial neighborhood. And for me, it's the development of the rest of the neighborhood is what I would characterize as medium density. This is much higher density than that. That makes it out of character for the rest of the neighborhood for me. So creates a conflict with the third that I cited, which was the scale and character appropriate to the setting. The setting that they find themselves in is a mixed-use neighborhood, which is, as I said, medium density for me, for everyone else. And if I look across at the commercial, other commercial property, both of them are at the right place in the neighborhood for commercial properties. The rest of it's residential. One has 2 acres with proposed 92,000 square feet. The other is 1.5 acres with 22,000 square feet of use. And I understand they have surface parking one place and subterranean parking, underground parking in another space, but that is a much different density of use for the 2 commercial properties. So for me, I would not see it being consistent with what are articulated in section 1.4 of the commercial design guidelines of the town and the community expectations that the community has laid out.
I think that's an excellent summary. Over and over, we've talked about mass and scale, and small scale buildings, community, etc. It's all there in all of the points, some of which they've done an outstanding job with. But they haven't seemingly paid much attention to small scale buildings. And I think that whole section 1.4, which I've been carrying in my pocket, trying to think, how can I best communicate this? They're not quantified. They're not 50%, 20%, 30%. What they are is qualified. They're all quality aspects of maintaining what we have in the town. I think you said it extremely well. I don't want to be redundant. Are we close to having that put into the form of a motion? And sometimes we make motions and we get into those numbers, 35 feet, 22 feet. I like to avoid those and be guided by everything that's been said at the hearings, everything that's been said in the vast amount of community letters. There's provisions in here about working with the surrounding community. I'm not saying they didn't. I'm saying they may need to do more of that and to listen to what the community says, because when it comes down, the community is a viable entity. And we may be guided by that as it fits into the standards and guidelines that we have to work with. Commissioner Erickson, are you prepared to make a motion, or shall I take comments from Commissioner Hudis?
Yeah, I don't know where this is going to go, and I'm not prepared to make a motion, but I did have a few more specifics that maybe hadn't been covered in terms of some things that I think would make this more acceptable.
Well, then maybe if we had a motion, we could consider additional line items.
Sure.
Rather than have them in advance, let's have them after we have a motion if we can. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I would certainly agree that Commissioner Erickson could go ahead and make the motion, but I also want to just further what you're saying. Were I to make the motion, I think I'd make, it's like a tree upon which you can hang things, because someone may, I for one would say, send it back and ask them to satisfy us as to certain things. But there are a number of us here, and as Commissioner Hudis was about to say, he has some things that he may want to put in the motion. So if Commissioner Erickson is prepared to make a motion, I just throw that out because I think that will happen in any event.
Or would you defer to Commissioner O'Donnell with his tree for hanging things?
So Commissioner O'Donnell and I have known each other and worked together for a long time. I'd be okay with either of us planting the tree. So I guess I don't know exactly how to construct, I mean, I have some thoughts about how to construct the motion, but it would be helpful to, I'll construct a tree, but I would want to do it in a manner that would allow each member of the commission to hang something onto that tree. So, to use Commissioner O'Donnell's metaphor, so I'm not exactly sure from the staff how to do that, because it's a motion which is incomplete when it's made.
Well, I would just offer that, I mean, I think the simple start is, from what if I'm understanding correctly where this is potentially going, it's continuing the item to a date certain with the following direction. And so the tree becomes the list of direction, would be a suggestion.
Right, I just, no, I understand that, but I'm not prepared to list, to presumably know what all of those directions are from the remainder of the commission, I
So
guess
that
my
is one of our
question
three
was.
alternatives, and Commissioner O'Donnell, why don't you take a shot at it?
I would certainly, I would defer to your motion. I would just say, if, to the extent that it's any help at all, if you follow what Joel just said, I would think if we said we're going to continue this matter to a date certain with instructions to the applicant that, and I for one would like to see a reduction in size and mass, but I'd also like to set a minimum reduction, because I think it's just difficult to say to somebody a reduction in mass and they come in and they reduced it by 5,000 square feet and you say, oh gosh, that's not what we had in mind. Since we have the EIR that says a reduction by 1/3 is satisfies most, if not all, of the requirements, I personally would suggest that this motion that Commissioner Erickson might make would say that whatever he wants to add to it, but as we add it, that we would say when he comes back, it would be a reduction of at least X. And that way, we should at least make it easier for him. He may or may not want to do it, but he'll know what we're shooting for. So does that help at all, Commissioner Erickson?
So I have a suggestion for the vice chair. I'd be happy to make the motion if we would just go down, if we would first go down the row, so that, and I'm happy to record them, the direction that each commissioner would like to be sure is hung onto the tree, so that we don't get into a limitless number of amendments to a motion, if that's reasonable from the vice chair's perspective.
So the motion is to continue the matter to a date certain with specific direction, e.g., and then we go on from there. Did you want to start off?
Sure. I mean, that's the intent of the motion I'll make after I get the direction from my fellow commissioners about what they would like to have included in the motion, and I'm happy, I'll phrase it somewhat similarly to that.
Would you like to begin? Or does
start?
somebody else want to begin?
Let me begin, because I just have one thing which I think really addresses a lot of problems, and that is a reduction in size. And I'm not saying this is the right size, but you got to start somewhere. And since the EIR says a reduction of 1/3 has been considered as an alternate, I, for one, would suggest we at least start there. I would not say if you come back with that, it's sort of like an automatic, but I would personally would not want to entertain this development that did not reduce itself by at least that much. So the one thing I want to hang on this tree is that.
Okay.
Commissioner Erickson earlier asked some excellent questions about neighborhood compatibility. What he was doing is looking at the buildings around. And what we learned is we have 1.55 approximate acres across the street with 22,000 feet of developed area. So I don't like doing numerical objectives. I'm saying, and I will say, be guided by the spirit and the passion of section 1.4 and what you hear from your neighbors. But one of the things you would hear is similarity in the neighborhood. So the 43,000 may be excessive. I hate giving numbers, but across the street what we have is 1.55 acres with 22,000 square feet of development. I would say that might be a guideline, because every time we give a number, sometimes when we give a number, it becomes a target. And I'd like to keep it a little open or flexible, and I think many of the answers are in section 1.4. If I could continue, my wish list would include, to underscore and maybe further develop some of the traffic safety provisions. I've lived in town for, I'm not sure, 35 years. 5 more years, they'll consider me a resident. In those 35 years, including today, I did not try to cross the on-ramp to 17. And that was good, because a lot of my dearest enemies were driving cars and trying to kill me. Seriously, it was an eye-opener that even when Commissioner Hudis and I were not at the crosswalk, it was unnerving for the cars zooming. We could get a lot of ticket money out of that thing, but they were really, really moving. They're coming down that hill, they got a green light, and they're heading for home. I just wonder if we could do something more about that. The crosswalk was set up for handicap, God forbid. Because when Commissioner Hudis and I were standing there, guys were just flying right by. Well, one pickup truck noticed we were standing there, and oh my God, and he hit his brakes. And he almost made friends with the car behind him. Because no one's ever stopped there before, I don't think. As has been mentioned, the line of sight is, I don't want to be frivolous, a tragedy waiting to happen because of the overgrowth. So we'd have to look at, to the extent you can, to the extent it's your purview, looking at making that corner somehow safer. A yellow light, I don't think you can put in speed bumps at that section. It really needs to be addressed. The interesting thing we also observed, and it's obvious, but I didn't see it, there's no sidewalk on the other side of the street. So the only way you can get from here to there is crossing that on-ramp. And for the time that we were there today, and for the time that I've been there previously, I didn't see a human being. No, any living creature try to get across that street. So if there's anything we can do to try and improve that, and along those lines, on Alberta, we're going to improve sight lines by taking out the parking spaces, which is regrettable, but I think improves safety. Maybe we could look at traffic calming provisions that we have on the books for things we could do up Alberta Way once we pass the two driveways, the driveway of Los Concidas and the driveway of the subject property. Maybe we could put in some yield, slow, something to improve that traffic. Sometimes you go out to hunt gazelles and you run into a herd of woolly mammoths, and that's what happened today. I was looking at, just walking around and seeing the site, and ran into the killer crosswalk, and I'd like that to somehow be Commissioner Birch.
So I'll be quick. I'm going to touch on a couple things I do like about the project. I like the open space. I like parking underground. We talk about that a lot. I consider that to be a bonus to no longer see a mass of cars when you turn onto that street. I like the underground. I do agree with reducing the size, and I think when we do reduce the size, we might be able to pull that building a little bit away from the residential. Aside from that, most of the things that I would ask for will come about after revisions made, and then the EIR that will be in the conditions of approval, and maybe some mitigation notes that we can make at that time. But I would like to make sure that as you do look at this for the continuance, that you maintain the outdoor usage. I think having driven up and down that, those get used by the residents. I see the kids playing around. So I think that that is a positive aspect, and I think keeping as many cars as we can away from that intersection, therefore in the parking garage and off the street, will be significantly safer.
Shall we go down the line? Commissioner Hudas.
So I have 3 items. Actually, the first one Commissioner Kane covered. I would simply say to explore creating a more visible crossing at Highway 9 on-ramp, working with staff and Caltrans. The second item is to explore with staff the possibility of straightening and widening Alberto to allow the ingress-egress of emergency vehicles and to accommodate a bike lane and implement the Complete Streets program by actually widening the street at that point. And the third item I have is in reducing the size and in doing the above on Alberto, consider reducing the eastern facade. I think I said western before, but the eastern facade of 401 Alberto, and articulating the top floor in a manner similar to the existing buildings, and reducing the linear dimension along Alberto, perhaps increasing it at the west or rear side of that 401 building.
You made me think, Commissioner Hudas, we just want to have a line item saying, please continue to pursue that LEED certification. Commissioner Hanson.
Like Commissioner Birch, I like an awful lot of things about the project, and I mean, aside from the size and the views and some of the traffic considerations, I think just about everything about the project seems to be designed right. In terms of working on the size, I agree with Commissioner O'Donnell about trying to give at least some kind of meaningful target, because so many times when we give non-specific direction, we come back and we get a 5% reduction, and it's not meaningful, and there isn't really a right number to put out there. But I think it's worth giving some guidelines, and this isn't a size guideline, but I mean, I looked at the land use policies of the general plan, and I think policy 1.8, commercial development of any type shall be designed in keeping with the small town character of Los Gatos. I think if you think about that and think about what's already there and work with those people. Also, policies land use 6.5, the type, density, and intensity of new land use shall be consistent with that of the immediate neighborhood. And if you kind of think of about that, that's a pretty good guideline of how to move forward. In terms of reducing the size, I think it's important that the applicant work with the neighbors and come up with some kind of solution that doesn't destroy the view of the people that are across the street. It was only in that more the northern portion, I think closer to Highway 9. There's a bunch of trees there, and the building was already there. It was kind of that one section, but I think there must be a creative way to get around that and not have them lose their views. So I would hope they would do that, as well as work with the residents, not in a confrontational way, saying we've got all the terms and conditions lined up, but we want to work with you in a way to try and address your concerns. And on the same vein, this is more for the residents in the neighborhood. I think it's important for them to recognize that something is going to be built here. I mean, it was nice to have this big open space and that's hardly used. I mean, something's going to be built here, so I hope that the residents will be willing to work with them to, in a cooperative way, to come up with something that's better than what's on the table right now.
Oh, really well said. Commissioner Erickson?
So I have a question of staff, and then I'll take a roll at the motion. So would you have a suggestion about what date certain to continue this to?
Well, it's unknown the length of time that it will take the applicant. I think the first meeting we could even remotely consider probably ends up being September 28th, and that's probably a little soon. That's only just over a month out. The next meeting following that isn't until October 28th. There's only one meeting in October scheduled. The other alternative would be to consider a special meeting in October.
Excuse me, Commissioner, is there a way to, we've laid out the general scope. Is there a way to talk to the applicant about what's realistic and convenient or practical for them?
You could potentially reopen the hearing for that specific question.
And I shall when we get to it. Thank you. Commissioner Burge.
I want to ask a question of staff. I believe I heard in the list of items in the motion some references to doing some work on the Highway 9 to 17 on-ramp. Did I mishear that? So is that in the purview of this project?
We would have to look at Nexus. Ultimately, that's going to be up to Caltrans, regardless of what conditions the town puts on it. We may put conditions on it that Caltrans doesn't agree to, and so obviously we won't be able to compel the applicant to implement those if Caltrans does not permit them.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Erickson. Or Commissioner Houlis, did you have an item?
Just one comment about that. I'm referring there to the comments made by Caltrans about creating the more visible crossing.
That's correct. Commissioner Erickson.
So I would ask the Vice Chair to reopen the public hearing for the limited purpose of inquiring from the applicant if continuing this item to September 28th would give them sufficient time to, I think they have a reasonable idea of what will be in the motion at this point in time.
So your motion will encompass everything we've said, so that gives them a sense of what may need to be done.
As long as my notes are pretty good.
Okay, good.
But my fellow commissioners will judge that on their own.
I want to reopen the public hearing at this point for the purpose of asking one specific question of the applicant. We've suggested a date certain of September 28th. Is that a workable date, or do you have another one in mind?
My guess is that was a pretty broad list, and if you want us to be talking to neighbors and staff and our architect and everybody else, I doubt we can get it done by the 28th. My guess is mid-October would be...
26th. October 26th is the one planning commission meeting.
Yes.
Oh, you asked what we would like. What I would like is for you to be successful and give us a lovely design. So if you want to do that date, we'll do that date.
Yes.
October 26th?
That will get incorporated into Mr. Erickson's motion.
All right, I'm closing that portion of the public hearing and going back to Commissioner Erickson.
Okay, I would, as an intro to the motion, suggest to the applicant that you heard a lot of positive comments from the Planning Commission about the work that you've done. No concern about the nature of the use, no concern about the quality of the building and kind of things that you're doing. There was relatively unanimous concern about what is captured in the sense of Section 1.4 of the commercial design lines, which is the community expectations. We would want you to remember that you're building a building, you're developing a site in Los Gatos specifically. That's the reason for the emphasis on the community expectations, and that's the purpose of the community expectations in the commercial design guidelines. That being said, as a frame, I would move that the matter under consideration this evening be continued to Wednesday, October the 26th, 2016, at a meeting of the Planning Commission scheduled for that evening, and that we would want the applicant to come back with a proposal which addresses the following concerns for sure, and any other concerns that you may have heard that we fail to include in this list that you are considering important. The first is some significant reduction in the scale and size of the building. Significant is obviously a subjective word. Commissioner O'Donnell suggested that you might look at the alternative plan in the EIR that suggests a reduction of approximately a third. That certainly would meet the measure of significant, I think, in general, but we will leave that to you to determine what is significant. In conjunction with that, you've heard direction to examine the possible moving, when the building is reduced, possibly moving the building away if you can, as you recite the building or buildings that will result away from the residential to the extent that you can without compromising what you would do. That you maintain the underground parking at on the site. Then there were a number of them that relate to traffic safety and improvements. So for you to re-examine the traffic safety measures on the site and immediately adjacent to the site, with particular attention to examining the straightening and widening of Alberta Way, and whether or not you can work with the staff to make it approximate a complete street concept that the town is pursuing, and that one would work with the staff and, as appropriate, Caltrans to do what you can to improve the visible crossing at Highway 9, and that you would incorporate the architectural style changes that were articulated by Commissioner Hudis. I won't repeat all of those. Those are captured, and the staff has taken them down in detailed form and will be able to, I'm sure, provide you with those. And I would say, in addition to that, be sensitive to there is a general architectural style in the neighborhood, and be sure that the buildings as developed complement that style, because it is a neighborhood and it's a mixed-use neighborhood and it's mixed commercial and residential, but it needs to work together to be sure that as you think about, potentially rethink about the architectural style, that you're sure that it looks like it belongs in the neighborhood with what's there.
I would second that motion. I want to clarify the garage. Did you say two-story garage or one or two stories as appropriate?
All I said was maintaining the underground parking.
So that might be a one-story if that's all we needed.
Personally, I wouldn't try to attempt to be that specific with the applicant. I mean, we're asking them to adjust the size of the buildings themselves, which will undoubtedly have some implications for how they plan the parking underground. So I wouldn't feel it necessary to give them any more specific direction.
I'm simply
other than to maintain the underground parking. So don't come back. I guess the sense of that, my sense of what Commissioner Birch's suggestion was, don't come back with a project that has surface parking, a significant surface parking. That's really the intent.
Good. I'll second that motion. Discussion?
I have just a clarification for the record, because there's been quite a a lot of talk on the alternative and it being a reduction in 1/3. That's not what the alternative project was. It was a reduction in about 20%. So it's not a 1/3 reduction in that alternative.
I haven't checked the EIR you have, and that was 20%.
Yeah.
Somehow 1/3 was in my mind.
So the reduced project specifically states 74,260 square feet, which is approximately a 20% reduction.
Well, personally, I'd thrown out 1/3, and I'd like to stay there.
Yeah. Where'd we get 43,000 from? That's what I've been talking about. I thought that was the EAR Plan B.
I'm not sure where you got that number.
My bad, but we like that number, so something like that.
Yeah. Clarifying that, but I want to stay with the 1/3.
So, as the maker of motion, can I clarify what I
Yes,
think
sir.
I've said in the motion about that particular, and then I'll maybe tweak it just a little bit to remove the language about the alternative. So I think we are asking you to make a significant reduction in the size and scale. Commissioner O'Donnell has suggested that, at least for him, one might measure significance by about 1/3, so one would go from 90-something to 60-something if my math isn't too bad. You know, while that's a target for you, you will come back with if you come back with a proposal that meets the intent of a significant reduction, that then we can say that the scale and character is appropriate to the setting. You know, is that exactly 1/3? Is that 32%? Is that 41%? Some of that will be determined by how you redevelop the buildings that you will propose, presumably.
And as you pointed out, Commissioner, the building across the street has 21,000 on 1.55 acres. That might be a little tight, but it gives us another view. Discussion on the motion?
All I wanted to say on that latter point was, of course, the use across the street is totally different. I really don't know that it makes much sense to compare a motel to an office building. So that's fine if somebody wants to do it, but I for one, don't find that analogous.
Other comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It passes unanimously. When we continue something to a date certain, are there any appeal rights necessary, Mr. Paulson?
There are not.
All right, thank you. In that case, we welcome back our chair and we take a 10-minute break.
I'm going to make a motion to continue item number 4 so that people can go home. So I move to continue item number 4 to September 14th, and I will look to get a second.
I'll second that.
Vice Chair Kane seconded. I will call the question unless anybody would like to discuss the item. Seeing none, I will call the question then. All in favor? Aye, passes unanimously. People waiting for item number 4, we'll see you on September 14th. Thank you for your patience this evening. Thank you. All right. We are moving to item number 3, which is 125 Wheeler Avenue. Architecture and Site Application S-16-039, requesting approval to demolish an existing single-family residence and to construct a new single-family residence on property zoned R-18, APN 532-36-065. Ms. Puga, I understand you'll be providing us with a staff report this evening.
That's correct. Good evening, Commissioners. The applicant is requesting approval to demolish an existing 2-story home and construct a new 2,568 square foot 2-story residence with a 561 square foot attached garage. The town's consulting architect reviewed the plans, visited the site, and commented that the design is well designed, as well as the embedding of the second floor area in the roof form will help to reduce the visual bulk of the home. The consulting architect had 2 recommendations for the project, of which the applicant has incorporated both into the plan set before you this evening. The plan set's included as Exhibit 16. The project was referred to the Planning Commission due to unresolved concerns by an adjacent neighbor, regarding setbacks, neighborhood compatibility, grading, and shadow. The adjacent neighbor has submitted written comments discussing these concerns, and they are included as Exhibits 9, 11, and 17 in your packet this evening. The applicant has discussed the project and shared iterations of the plans with their neighbors. In addition, they have submitted responses to these written comments, and they're included as Exhibits 10 and 12. Staff is recommending approval of the application based on compliance with the residential design guidelines and compatibility with the immediate neighborhood with regards to setbacks, scale, and FAR. There is a desk item before you this evening, which contains additional correspondence from the applicant, in addition to revised conditions of approval due to an omitted engineering condition. The revised conditions of approval are now included as Exhibit 19 and would replace the conditions previously included as Exhibit 3. This completes staff's presentation, and we're happy to assist the Commission with any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Puga. Commissioner Hudes.
Thank
Getting
you.
late.
I understand there was some back and forth and some changes with the neighbors, and that originally this was referred because there were multiple neighbor objections. I'm looking at the neighborhood analysis table, and I'm looking at so I've got sort of a list of neighbors. Can you tell me which of these, if any, currently have objections?
Sure. So currently we have objections from the adjacent neighbor at 129 Wheeler Avenue. (142) Wheeler Avenue. Yeah. And 136 Wheeler.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson.
I know we don't normally have this in our analysis, but the one of the neighbors that was in opposition to the project is about the side setback. And so my question is, if we know what the typical, in the immediate neighborhood, what the typical side setback is, because I went and looked at it myself, and it seemed the 8-foot seemed very little space between 129 and the applicant. But then I couldn't really tell from the rest of the neighborhood. Some of them look like they were sort of close together, and some not. And I know what the town requirement is, but if you knew that, I would want to hear it.
Sure. So there's also a sheet behind you which calls out these side setbacks. And so the adjacent property at 129 Wheeler has an 8-foot side setback on either side. And then the adjacent property on the other side at 119 Wheeler has an 8-foot side setback on the left-hand side and the 15-foot right side setback.
Oh, good. That helps. Thanks.
Any further questions? Seeing none. The public testimony portion of the hearing is now open, and I invite the applicant and their team to address the commission for up to 10 minutes.
Tony Jeans, Los Gatos, California. This house and the one next door have an interesting history. And when I was out talking to the neighbors, one that I met was Catherine Morgan, who lives at 142, and said there had been an application about 18 years ago for a new house, which is now 129. So I researched that a little bit, and actually 129, when they asked for their house to be approved. The objections were from 125, being too close, too tall, privacy, etc. So now everything has reversed itself. That went all the way up to the town council and was eventually approved. So, quickly, I'm going to look at a few things. This first chart that you see is a comparison of the larger homes. And as mentioned in the staff packet, we are actually the third largest of the immediate neighborhood. We are the fifth largest FAR in the immediate neighborhood. And sheet C4 tells you exactly where those houses are, if you look at them. Another point that I'd like to point out is that there is a cellar proposed on this project. The cellar is just under 1,500 square feet. It will be initially unfinished, but it will become finished eventually. There is a cellar also on the house immediately next door, which is 2,100 square feet of cellar. So the table on the right shows you that if you count cellar, which some of you consider sometimes, we would have a 4,000-foot house, and next door is 4,600. But cellar is cellar and should not be considered as part of the FAR. But I know, as some of you are concerned about it, I wanted you to be aware of that. House styles in the neighborhood, predominantly craftsmen originally, some Victorians on Los Gatos Boulevard, and we're proposing a craftsman style for that reason. This compares the setbacks, because I thought that would be useful. At 141 Wheeler, they have on the side, they have 100 feet, because they have a double lot, and on 8 feet on the other side. On 129, the immediate neighbor has 8 feet on both sides. That's a newer house. 127 Wheeler, which is the house behind on the flag lot, has 8 feet and 8 feet. We're proposing 8 feet and 8 feet. The current building is 15 feet and 20 feet, the one we're proposing to remove. 119 Wheeler, as Jocelyn mentioned, is 8 feet on one side and 15 on the other, and the Los Gatos Boulevard house is 4 feet away from that. On the other side of the street, where they have older homes, they do have larger setbacks. Okay. The appellant, I'll call them at 129, or the concerned neighbor, is concerned about living space separation. The existing 125 Wheeler has a separation from 129 of 28 feet, from 119, 50 feet, and the flag lot behind 20 feet. That is a big second-story privacy issue for the neighbor behind. So the flag lot, as you know, they're always difficult, and because there's a big second-story unit on the back of 125 now, I've worked with them to remove this privacy issue. So what we're looking at is from 129, there will be 35 feet of separation of living space because you have the garage. We put the garage on the right-hand side because they were only 8 feet away, so we wanted separation of living space. So it's 8 feet plus the garage before you get to the living space. From 119, it'll go from 50 feet to 43, and from 127 behind, because we're moving it forward on the property, we remove the privacy issues concerned, and we have 50 feet of separation. We think that this is well balanced. The neighbor at 129 is concerned about shadows. So I'd like to look, the shadow study is in the plans, but I'm going to show it up here for clarity. I wanted to zoom out. Thank you. So this is December 21st on the equinox. This is the house at 129. So on December 1st in the morning, obviously there's no shadow there. At noon, there is no shadow. The sun has moved around. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon on December 21st, the shadow has moved, and it doesn't actually reach the neighbor's property until after 3 o'clock. In midsummer, you've got a similar situation. June, 9 o'clock, noon, and 3 o'clock. So for 12 months of the year, there is no shadow on 129 any of the day up until at least 3 o'clock. So I don't think shadows are really an issue. And if you do look over here, the shadow that is cast in their own backyard is from their own house and not from the proposed 125. Okay. This is in your packet. These are the two houses. This is 129, the neighbor's house. And what they did was said, we don't like what you're proposing. We think you should do something different. And what they said was, we want a 27-foot setback to the second story, and we'll make do with a 19-foot setback to the first floor. And here is their suggestion as to how we design that house. That house has no rear yard. It has the same privacy impact on 127 that the current house has. It has an impact because we now have to put side windows down here at 2 Charles and at 119. On the house that we have designed, where the house is running laterally side to side, we have a very narrow second story. So the roof pitches up and back down again. This is the second story. We have a second story vista which looks out, and there is a potential window-to-window conflict, which I am addressing, but in my wrap-up 5 minutes, because I only have another couple of minutes. So we've tried to create something that solves the privacy issues here, does not create shadow here, has living space separation because the garage is this side, has one second-story window over here, which we're going to either obscure or do something with, which we'll deal with later. And I think that the end result is very appropriate for this neighborhood. It fits in with the setbacks of all the neighboring homes. It is not similar to the smaller houses further up, but it is very compatible with the immediate neighborhood. It's exactly the same in terms of style as 139 Whitney, which is about 3 homes further away up Whitney Road. It has the same second story built into the roof to reduce the mass, and I think it's very appropriate, and I'd like you to consider it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jeans. Question from Vice Chair Kane.
Mr. Jeans, do we have copies of the first 2 charts you put up, or do we have that information in a different format?
You have it in a slightly different format in the staff report, but they had an error with the FAR of 127 Wheeler because the flag portion is not counted. So the flag lot at 127 has 8,261 square feet. I can give you one copy of it. I think I have one copy.
If we have
you'd like
copies,
to.
because it wasn't clear for me on the screen. I couldn't read it, and I couldn't find it, so I wanted to
Okay, no,
have what
these
you
were,
have.
these were things that I'm just trying to point out. So they're the four ones that discuss the size, the architecture,
Thank
the
you.
setbacks, and the
I'll
other
pa-
ones.
I'll
So you
pass them
can share
down.
that.
What is now the distance between 125 and 129?
20 feet, which is why they want to keep it the same. Oh,
I'm
sorry.
confused.
20 feet plus 8.
So initially it was 8 feet, and you moved it?
No. The existing house, is that what you're asking? The one that is there now?
The resultant house, the proposed house.
The proposed house has an 8-foot setback, just as theirs has an 8-foot.
So it's 16.
16, and then we have a garage.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hudas?
Yes.
I may be mistaken, but I recall somewhere about an error in the shadow study. Was there an error, and was that corrected?
There was an error in the original shadow study. Well, not an error, a misreading of the requirements of the town. You want to know where the shadow is at 9, noon, and 3 o'clock. The initial shadow study that I gave had 2 hours before sunset, which is 6:34 p.m. And that showed a shadow further onto their property. That is the picture that they have used in their report. So you will have a 7-page report from them saying the shadows are obliterating most of our day. A lot, and I couldn't quite understand the chart. Maybe you could ask them about that. But the shadow study was corrected. That is accurate. And there is 0 shadow 12 months of the year before 3 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jeans, I have a question for you. So along with that report that the neighbor provided, and it's Exhibit 17, they brought up a planning commission hearing that we had on July 27th, which I recall. And at the time, you presented a picture of a house that you felt was a true representation of bulk, scale, and mass. So I'm kind of addressing architecture here at this
Right.
point in time. Are you familiar with that?
I remember, and I saw it and I laughed at it. The big difference between that one and this one is the one that I did a picture of had 2 stories and a roof. Mine has 1 story, and then the second story is built into the roof. So it is very different.
But yours has a cellar, too.
It
That's
has a
got-
cellar.
That we can see part of the cellar with the windows.
You can see the top portion of the window would be about 2 feet above grade.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Commissioner Hanson?
I was hoping you could comment a little bit about the grading for the cellar, because the some of the opposition was around the grading of the cellar, and as you already know, our cellar policy is anything that is more than 4 foot above grade. But there was some discussion about you're needing to change the grade to put the cellar in, like raising the grade, and then there was something might have changed. If you could just walk me through how the cellar is going to be built and
Right.
relative to the grading.
The cellar is nothing to do with the grade. So the cellar is the cellar. It meets the cellar policy. If you want to change the cellar policy, I'll abide by any future cellar policy. The grade is a slightly different matter. One of the things that I have to do is to try not to impact adjacent neighbors with additional runoff going onto their property as a result of the project that I'm doing. So if you had an opportunity to go out there during the daylight, you'll see that the ground slopes from the street slightly down towards the house. There is also a contraption that pumps water back out and up into and over the curb into the storm drain. That is how they've solved the problem. I'm not allowed to do that because what they built is illegal and you can't do that. So what I have done is I've said, okay, I will, even though I'm 3 foot or so out of the ground at the front with the cellar, I will raise the grade a couple of feet, 2 or 3 feet or so, and I will slope it to the street so that I can run all the water that lands on the front to the street. I will then collect all the runoff from the entire rest of the property, including the courtyard at the back, and pump that down a 2-inch pipe, tight line to the slope at the front, and then have an energy dissipator just to allow that to trickle out onto the street. So what I'm doing is I'm capturing all of the runoff on the entire site and getting it to the street and into the storm drain. So I'm actually arranging for less water to go onto the neighbor's property at 127 at the rear and 129 at the right-hand side than there is now.
Okay, that helps in terms of explanation. Did you have a soils expert come in and review this at this point?
Yeah, we've had both a full geotechnical and a geologic report. We wanted both. We have a cellar. The next door neighbor has a cellar which is 2 feet deeper, actually 3 feet deeper than we are proposing to dig. So we spent some time talking to the neighbor. We went down, we looked in their cellar, we asked them about how they constructed it. We also have designed our cellar to have a French drain all the way around the outside so that any traveling water, because we're at the bottom of a hill, any traveling underground water will be intercepted by the drain rock, drop down into the French drain, go to the sump pump, and then get pumped out to that same drainage portion at the front and drain to the street. So we are actually taking potential problematic water, which could be traveling underground, and dewatering that and getting it to the surface. So we are actually, again, in addition to solving the surface water, we're helping dewater underground traveling water, which might potentially hurt other neighbors. So we think that's a good solution as well. And we're doing that because we have a cellar.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Jeans.
Thank you.
I will now invite comments from members of the public. So our first speaker card is Jason Golden.
Hi, Commission. Thank you for staying so late and hearing our comments. I have significant concerns about parking and construction traffic at the property. There have been several projects on Yosemite and up Hollywood and Los Robles in the neighborhood. And the construction traffic has been a huge impact, especially at the intersection of Wheeler and Whitney, especially with large semis who tend to idle and park and block driveways, and in general create a large problem for traffic, especially for emergency vehicles to come in and out of the neighborhood. So I would like to ask that no parking, construction parking, be allowed on Wheeler Avenue for the project. In addition, I want to make sure that adequate parking is provided on the property. Mr. Jeans has, I think, proposed parking for 4 cars in the driveway. I think that should be the minimum requirement. So I appreciate that. In addition, I had a problem with the proposed grading being up away from the street to the front of the house. I look out and I would see, I live at the 160 Wheeler, which is to the southeast, and would see the proposed Avila residence and 129 out my front windows. And I would not like to see one property sloping up and the other property sloping down. So I would like the slope to be, or the grade to be as flat as possible. Additionally, one of the characters of the neighborhood is large trees in the front yard. I would like to see, and I think that this has been proposed, to replace the existing trees with other large trees that would, occupy the front yard. So I would like to make that a requirement of the project, and like to see the town require that large trees be put in.
Sir, just for the record, could you please state your name and address so that the other
Yes,
commissioners know?
Jason Goulden, 160 Wheeler Avenue.
Thank you.
Los Gatos, yeah.
Any questions from commissioners? Seeing none, thank you very much. Our next two speakers will be Estelle Green, followed by Adam Green.
Hi, my name is Estelle Green. I'm from 129 Wheeler Avenue, the most affected neighbour. I'll just wait for the slide deck. But we're not the only neighbour who is in opposition, as you can see in this petition. Why are we opposed? Our neighbourhood is unique with massive setbacks, second-storey offsets, garage-to-garage buffers and driveway offsets. Homes are modest, respect privacy and are wooded and natural. By contrast, the plans are disproportionate, the bulk, scale and mass is not consistent with the neighbourhood and the plans drastically change the density. So what is density in our area? Well, let's compare Blossom Manor, where it's densely populated with 8-foot setbacks, to the Wheeler area. As you can see, it's clear we live in a low-density neighbourhood. Even the staff report lists the site area as majority low density with only medium density to the west. These plans will drastically increase our density in our area. So what constitutes bulk, scale and mass? Well, like Mr. Jean said earlier, we would like him to help us define what that is. In Mr. Jean's presentation to the Planning Commission earlier this year, he defended his Cahoon residence plans above as not being bulky or having excessive mass. So he sketched this drawing below of bulk, scale and mass. And this sketch, we believe, looks a lot like the plans for 125 Wheeler, except they're even wider. By contrast, the immediate area homes are much smaller with an average FAR of 24%. At 1,484 square feet, the cellar alone is larger than 2 of our neighbours' homes. In the design guidelines, it states that if any part of the cellar is above grade, it shall be considered in analysing the bulk, scale and mass of the structure, even if it's not included in the FAR, because cellars should provide hidden square footage in lieu of visible mass. But in these plans, there's no reduction in the visible mass. If it's included, then you can see that the total livable area is 4,070 square feet. Let's also add the non-livable areas for a grand total of 5,172 square feet, squished on an 8,000 square foot lot. This is the definition of bulk, scale and mass. The town consulting architect noted in his report that the proposed house was modest in size. Let's look at the Cambridge definition of modest, not large in size. 125 Wheeler is maxed out. And if we accept this design, then our neighbourhood is forced to accept a mansion on a tiny lot. As Commissioner Kane said, if you have a small lot, then you will be faced with constraints. The plans display a blatant disregard for the protective language of the design guidelines, and we feel that we should do more than ever to preserve our unique neighbourhood than we've ever done before. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. We have a question. Commissioner Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. And I read your presentation earlier. It's very clear and very helpful to understand the issue. I'll come back to the floor area ratio. because I find that to be quite comparable between 129 and 125. Could you maybe address that? Because I find those to be almost identical.
The floor area ratio?
They are.
That is interesting to look at. Our floor area ratio, the top portion of our house, the second floor, is set back in the front. It's also not covering the full amount, so we have more floor space, more square footage on the lower level than we do above. So it's actually a much less significant impact on our neighbours than the house that's proposed.
But the ratios are almost identical, correct?
The ratios of our square footage?
The FAR, 0.34
Yes.
and
Yes, they are.
0.32 for the
Yes.
proposed house. But you're saying the configuration is different in that you're saying that on your house, more square footage is on the bottom floor.
Correct.
And on the proposed house, the square footage is more evenly distributed between the top and the bottom floor?
Yes.
And that's the issue that you have if that were solved?
If they moved off the property, so basically one of our issues was living space to living space in the entire neighbourhood. There's significant distance, and if you look around the neighbourhood, then that's sort of what's notable. And our living space to living space, Mr. Jean said earlier that, you know, it was separated by a garage. Well, in fact, it's not. It's separated by a bedroom that's above, that looks down, well, it looks into our bathroom, which we'd prefer it didn't. And it also looks down into our living room as well, and our kitchen. So, you know, at every point I can get a vantage point of, you know, what's happening in their bedroom.
Okay. I have another question, if I could. With regard to that issue of the window-to-window connection, I think that one proposal was to obscure the window. And if I'm not correct, please correct me, was there also another proposal to move that window to the front, or did I miss
Yes, we
that?
heard in some of Mr. James's proposed recommendations that he would be willing to move it to the front, which we would prefer.
You would prefer that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question to follow up on that, but was it your idea that you suggested obscure glass for the upstairs bedroom window if it wasn't moved? You did not make that suggestion?
No.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hanson, did you have your hand up?
You had a lot of objections to the property, but it seemed like a lot of it was around the relationship between, you know, your houses and the setback. So my question is, just hypothetically, you had raised issues about their cellar and some other things. If the setback issue was resolved, and with it the privacy, are the other issues as high on the list, or is it kind
The
of
setback would be equally concerning with grade, because you know, if there's a huge impermeable area of the cellar, then the water's going to be displaced somewhere. Now, I'm not a geological engineer, but and we appreciate the fact that they're displacing it with French drains. That's the first we've heard of that. But that has to have an impact for the two lowest houses in this area. So, you know, we're basically the intersection of our properties is actually the lowest point. So we are concerned about that as well. But yes, the setbacks would be significant.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Vice Chair Kane?
I'm listening, and I may not have heard it. What do you want?
Increased setbacks, increased reduction in the impermeable.
Increased setbacks on the side?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And a reduction of the impermeable area. I mean, maybe even that being pushed off will help in terms of drainage, and also not grading like they are, like not changing the grade, because although you can have French drains and swells and other things, the water is still going to come onto our property because now we are going to be the only lowest point in that hill.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Adam Green?
Good evening. My name is Adam Green. I also live at 129 Wheeler Avenue. The Los Gatos 2020 general plan states that building setbacks shall increase as mass and height increase. The mass and height of the proposed plan is simply too large for the lot, and they have not called for any reduction in setbacks. The plans also do not follow the natural contours of the property. I want to note that the neighbors at 2 Charles in the back, 117 and 119 Wheeler object to having the house repositioned to the north, which is up in this image. Understand that this means that they object to offsets closer than 28 feet to the west, because the flag road is about 20 feet, and 30 feet to the north. So they're basically saying that they would object if the new house were built exactly on the current house's position. So it seems like quite a bit of distance compared to the 8 or 6 foot setbacks when you look at a fireplace proposed in the plans for our side of the property. The guidelines state that the new development should be designed with sensitivity to adjacent neighbors. The proposed plans will deny our home access to views, sky exposure, and sun access. Our home has windows that extend along the entire west side of the property. The proposed house will block light to every room and obscure sky views. This is our dining room, and even from this low angle, we can barely see the sky with the position of the house. And our kitchen bay window, the focal point of our house, will be facing a massive wall, as you can see. Most of the light in the sky will be blocked. It's easier to understand when looking at the shadow in this diagram, and on a summer day, the shadow cast starts encroaching at our house at 3 p.m., as Mr. Jean said, but it completely obscures our living room by 5 p.m. Understand, sunset doesn't happen until 7:30 on this particular day, so basically ignoring the 3 p.m., so basically saying 3 p.m. and beyond, it does affect the house. Simply moving the house a little bit offset, you can see what it does to a particular shadow at 4 p.m. on a summer day, just to give you an example. Any window on the east side also intrudes into our house. It will also look down into our dining room, living room, and kitchen bay window, as Estelle mentioned. And with respect to the grading, as we said, we're very confused at the plans calling for such a massive grade, just because if we're the lowest, obviously we're going to be in big trouble. And then the 1,484 square foot impervious cellar built in an area with a high water table will compound the drainage, displacing water to neighboring properties, causing flooding. So the request, obviously the first request is to maintain the current setback. We also would like no new shade patterns from this particular house. The impermeable area is reduced, and a 50% reduction in the bulk scale and mass of this house would be very helpful. An independent engineering and geological study to certify that water and soil movement will not affect our property.
You have questions, so Vice Chair Kane.
Just finish your list real quickly.
Just a grade restriction, no more than 1 foot. When we look at our house, the front of the house is even, and we're only a foot down in the back, right? So you can look at this, that's the grade. And then basically a drainage survey as well.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hudas.
Yeah, thank you. Again, thank you for the presentation. The cellar and the water table, you went very quickly past that point. Could you explain that a little bit better, a little bit slower for me?
Yeah, it's tough to do all this in 3 minutes. Look, I'm not I'm not a soil expert, but obviously water, when you build a 6 or 8 foot cellar, you're pushing, you're basically displacing water from somewhere. We're very low in that area. And so I'm assuming the water table is very low from what I understand from the neighbors. And so obviously the water is going to be displaced somewhere. Is it going to be displaced underneath to our house? Where is that going to go? So that would be a concern of ours is putting, again, it's where we're at the bottom of kind of both areas, both roads, and that's why the sewer is directly in front of this house, because it is the lowest point on the road.
Thank you. That triggers some questions I have for staff later.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Kathy Morgan. And if you could be sure to state your name and address for the record.
I'm Catherine Morgan at 142 Wheeler Avenue. Is this microphone sounding as obnoxious as it is to me? It's okay? All right. I am the neighbor who wrote the letter to you in your packet about the many ways in which this proposed house, what is the word? Violates the town's community design guidelines and also the single and two-family residential design guidelines. Mr. Jeans talked to as many neighbors as he could, to his credit, and when he talked with me, he said that the neighborhood is in transition and that this kind of thing is inevitable. Usually, this kind of thing is inevitable because in most cases, a house goes on the market, especially if it's a smaller house, it's just pounced on because it's a little less expensive than the big ones. And then comes the plan to build, to demolish or remodel, which means leaving two walls standing, the house that they bought and max it out to the highest and the littlest setback that the town allows. But that does not take into account the community design guidelines in the ways that I pointed out to you in my letter. Transition can happen with the use of the guidelines while still preserving the traditional scale, proportion, setbacks, and privacy of the neighborhood. Secondly, Mr. Jeans has protested. Oops, I guess I'm out of time.
No, you have 30 seconds more.
30 seconds. Oh, okay.
Vice Chair Kane, let me be chair here. You have
Mr.
30
Jeans
seconds
says that the neighbor's request for a larger setback, that they dare to request it just based on what they want. However, as Mr. Green pointed out, Section CD 2.1 of the Community Design Guidelines says that the setback should be increased as the height is increased. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Shirley Maxwell.
Hello, my name is Shirley Maxwell, and I live at 136 Wheeler Avenue. Most of the existing houses on Wheeler have been there for years, and we like what we have there. They're modest houses, they're not gigantic houses. The 125 Wheeler new house plan is out of proportion to the existing houses. Houses on Wheeler have at least 30 to 100 feet between livable space. The proposed plan shows 6 to 8 feet of livable space between 125 Wheeler and 129 Wheeler. The house plan and story polls also show that 129 Wheeler will not have the same views they have now. If the house is built within the 6 to 8 feet, their new view will be the side of 125 Wheeler house, without the sky view or the sun that they have now. Very disappointing. The story polls have a house that dominates the neighborhood. Hopefully, their architect, Jeff and Darcy Avila, will come up with a new plan that fits in with the other houses on Wheeler, and a plan that doesn't take away the existing views from Adam and Estelle Green's home at 129 Wheeler. That's what I have to say.
All right. You still have more time, but if you're finished, I will ask the commissioners if they have any questions for you. And seeing none, thank you very much for your comments. All right, I will now invite the applicant and his team back to the podium for 5 minutes to provide further comments.
I'll just quickly address some points brought up by Estelle. She said that their home has a smaller second story than the first floor. Ours has a significantly smaller second story. We have a garage and the main house at the bottom. You've got about 1,800 square feet, and upstairs I think we have about 1,200, maybe 13, something like that. So we have significantly less upstairs than downstairs. And we've also stepped well back from the front because we're in a sloped roof. So we've stepped well away. There were some issues relating to water. I think I'll try and address those with questions because I do have some solutions that I'd like to try and show you. So let's go with solution page. It's the big map. In speaking to some of the neighbors, and trying to deal with the increase in grade at the front, what I want to do is press the entire house down 2 feet. So everything that we're taking off is 2 feet along the top, 2 feet at the front, 2 feet of grade at the front, and facing Adam and Estelle, 2 feet all the way along this side. We've relocated the bedroom window from the side, so nothing now looks from the second story at their house, and put it on the front. The cellar will now be reduced so that it only sticks out of the ground the same amount that a regular crawl space does, i.e. just under 2 feet. So we're trying to take the cellar out of the picture as being a contributor to mass. And we've done that by pushing everything down 2 feet. I'll address questions on water. We are solving the water problem for Adam and Estelle. We are not contributing to it, both subsurface and on the surface. We, in pushing this down, can reduce the grade at the front, but not to a degree that stops us draining forward to the street. We'll have a very slight grade to the street, so we can still bring all the water that rains on the site to the front and drain to the street. And we still have the French drain, which is trapping all water from underground that would go to the cellar. It gets caught and brought out and brought to the front. So we're solving Adam and Estelle's water problem. So our solution is no privacy issues. What you have to understand is what they're asking for, and I think I can quote Adam, who's saying, we have windows along our entire west side of the property. They do. Upstairs, they have a master bedroom and a master bathroom. We're behind the master bedroom, so we don't block that. And I've purposely designed the slope roof so that that works. If we go back to their proposal, where all the mass is moved away, then our yard becomes facing them. And we look at all the windows that they've talked about along the west side of their property, their master, their dining room, all these windows, and there is no privacy for 125. They have the same problem that the house had now. They have the same problem that they appealed all the way to the town council to try and get overturned when Adam and Estelle's house was built. We have the same FAR as all of the houses, Adam and Estelle's, the one behind, the one to the other side, and the two on Los Gatos Boulevard, which probably should be taken out of the picture, but we're there anyway. And it really fits in well, and I think this solves 90% of their concerns. What it doesn't solve is the setback. Their yard is on the other side. If you look at their property, their yard is on the other side. They have 100 foot of setback on the other side. The neighbors at 127, 119, and 2 Charles have all said they will violently object if we try and do a design that pushes it over towards them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jeans. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Jeans? Commissioner Hudas?
So maybe let me understand. What is the status of this? This is the current plans that we have in the application?
You do not, what I'm suggesting is that you condition me to reduce the height by 2 feet in the way I have suggested here by reducing, pushing the cellar 2 feet further into the ground. And by relocating the window from the side to the front so that there is no privacy issue with Adam and Estelle's house on the right, and reduce the grade at the front so that there is no vast grade difference between their house and this house. There's a slight one because I still need to grade to the front in order to be able to solve their grading, their drainage problems.
So is this something you just came up with tonight?
No, I came up with it over the last weekend in discussing with neighbors different solutions.
Did you discuss this with the Greens? And
I have
with the
not
neighbors?
discussed this with the Greens.
Okay.
You have that other?
Did you consider submitting this to us maybe on Monday as an addendum so that we could have some time to absorb it?
I hadn't fully worked it out by then. But I'm hoping that a reduction in height from the maximum allowed of 30 feet, I proposed 28.6 originally, and dropping it down to 26.6. I'm hoping that that will resolve any concerns that you might have in relation to mass. We're a shorter house now than Adam and Estelle's, and to the house on the left. We're the same height as the house behind, all of which have 8-foot setbacks. So we're not the biggest kid on the block by a long way.
Can you confirm this green area?
The green area. If
That you're eliminating the green?
Yeah, okay. I have 2 proposals. We're hoping that you will allow us to go just with the reduction in height. If you want us to clip these corners into something called a Boston gable, we can do that. That reduces the sides of the building a little bit. It takes away from the craftsman style, so that is my concern. It also changes the ceilings that my clients would have in their bedrooms, which is their concern. So we would hope that you would find that a 2-foot reduction, removing the privacy issues that they're concerned about, explaining that water is not a problem, satisfies you. If it does not, as a last resort, very reluctantly on my client's part, they would prepare to go to a Boston gable to try and give a little more of a reduction in height at the very edges of the building. I don't think it'll have a significant impact, but it will have some. And these are thoughts that I've come up with as to how to try and resolve the concerns.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jeans. Commissioner Hudas does have another question for you.
As you've objected to the the green part of this on sort of architectural grounds, do you have any concerns with your reduction on architectural grounds or the location of the privacy window in the front?
Sorry, I missed the very beginning of
What
that.
I said is, you're saying that the green is not something you'd prefer on architectural grounds.
Right.
And is there anything about the red where you've reduced the height or you've moved the window to the front that you think makes this not as good a design architecturally?
Nothing. I am taking advantage of the cellar policy that you have by having a cellar that is 3'9" or something sticking out of the ground. That is what you allow me to do. I'm doing that in part to grade to the street to solve the drainage problems, but I have calculated that I can push it down 2 feet and get a very slight grade to the street, still solve the drainage problems, and give you a 2-foot lower house. So that is what I would like you to approve tonight with that condition.
Has staff reviewed this and provided any feedback on either the drain? I'm not even seeing the drainage in here, but the drainage that you're proposing?
Yes, it is shown on the grading plan. Staff has reviewed it extensively. I've modified it 3 or 4 times during technical review. They are very happy with the fact that I am now controlling all drainage on site. They like the solution because it's not the Mickey Mouse solution that exists now, and it improves the drainage for the people behind and also the greens on the right-hand side.
But they haven't reviewed the drainage with the red, with the reduced
It won't
height.
change. The drainage on off-site and on-site won't change. What will change is the steepness of the driveway to the street. Instead of coming up fairly steeply, it will be just above, just enough to allow the water to trickle out.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Jeans? Vice Chair Kane?
Mr. Jeans, this isn't your document, but it's it's 125 Wheeler called Objections. Have you seen it?
Yes.
I'm figuring maybe they included the cellar, but on item 41, when you said you're not the largest house or something to the effect of you're not the biggest guy in the neighborhood.
Well, you've got the chart that I put up, but yes.
Well, I passed it, but would you look at that box 41 and tell me what they're doing? Are they adding your cellar in?
What's the resulting number?
4,070.
Sorry? No, they're adding the
can't hear.
cellar. If they're at 4,070, they're adding the cellar.
All right. And you see their analysis of 225? So how much are they doing for the cellar?
Find your, what page is it on?
It's item 41.
Okay, item 41, 125 Wheeler plans omitted a few houses, so we've added them back into the diagram. These are the FAR percentages per house.
And you see what they're doing? They're doing the 225.
No, they've added in more than that. They've added in one off the end. The ones...
I'm not looking at those guys. I'm just looking at the immediate. I mean, there's one fella to the rear, but yeah, they've done 225 except for the guy in the rear.
No, and also the guy on the very bottom of the page, the 7.7. That's not...
He's part of the 5, I think.
Not really.
Oh, there's another house in here I'm missing?
Okay, yeah. I'm wrong.
What?
Having said that, the point that I'm trying to make is that that end of Whitney, of Wheeler, is the older homes. Everything from, I guess, 129 down is a newer home. And if you look at every single house from there to Los Gatos Boulevard, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, and the house behind, and on the other side of the street, you've got the Los Gatos Boulevard house, you've got comparable homes, comparable FARs, comparable setbacks. And that is shown on the chart that I gave you that is circulating around, so I can't put back up. And it had the FARs of the larger homes.
Yeah, I understand their concerns, and you know, if I had room to suggest mitigation, it would be the 225 analysis, among others. And
I'm not sure what you mean by the 225 analysis, other than look at the houses to the left,
when
to
you
the right,
said you
and
weren't
across
the
street.
largest house, I was just wondering, on the 225 analysis, it may be that you are. I'm not sure, but
Well, staff,
anyway, I wanted to
staff-
ask you for verification of that.
Okay, so staff says I'm the third largest. By FAR, if you look at the chart that I gave you of the larger homes in that neighborhood,
I hadn't
I don't
had
know
a
who
chance
has
to review
it.
that previously. Let me
Um,
ask a question to staff. Did we do a 225?
We did, and so the 4,000 number you're looking at is including the seller. And that's why it's not reflective of staff's analysis.
Okay, thank you. Good.
All right, I'm going to stop for just a moment because we're approaching the hour of 11:30. So I'm going to look to the commissioners to make a motion to continue past 11:30 or to continue the item.
Make that motion, we put a time on it, because it is really getting late. So I would move that we continue for 15 minutes past the 11:30 hour, and if we're not finished with them, we'll have to continue it.
Do I have a, okay, that sounds reasonable. Do I have a second? Commissioner Hudes.
Second.
Right, I will call the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Commissioner Erickson opposed, and Commissioner Birch is also opposed. It's been a long evening. You guys spent a lot of time and a lot of hard work on the earlier item. Well, it passed, so we'll give it a try. All right, any further questions for Mr. Jeans? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so we have 15 minutes here. Do commissioners have any questions, comments, or maybe entertain a motion? Commissioner Hanson.
I don't know if I was ready to make a motion, but I had a couple of comments. I don't know that, given the influx of new information, that we're in a position to make a decision. At least I wouldn't be. There's this new information, and then the new information hasn't been shared with the primary objective neighbor next door, and so I kind of feel like there needs to be more time between now and us making a decision.
Any further comments from commissioners?
No, I would agree with that. It's late. You know, some folks are groggy, certainly not me, but I didn't really get to see the charts and understand them and comprehend them, so unfortunately I would like to, unless other people are comfortable with going forward.
Commissioner Hudes.
Yeah, I would agree with maybe moving to a continuance on this item, but I have to say, based on what I've seen, I'm leaning toward approving the application. So I do think it'd be important for the neighbors to get together and look at the revised proposal, as at least to me it looks like a significant improvement.
All right, would anybody like to put that into a motion then, either to approve or to continue? Because I'm leaning towards continuing. I need time to absorb this, and I'd like for the neighbors to take a look at the information that we just got last minute. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Can we get a date certain from staff first?
The soonest we could do it would be 9/14, So I'd give a couple weeks.
I will move to continue this matter until September the 14th.
I will second that.
All right, any further discussion? See none, I will call the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously.
It'd be 15 minutes.
All right. Mr. Paulson, do you have a report for us this evening?
Just briefly, since your last meeting, the council considered the North 40 applications on August 11th and then again on August 16th, and they have continued to September 1st, so that will be the next consideration of those applications.
Vice Chair Kane?
What is the, for the town council or for you, Joel, what is the speed something deadline date?
There are Permit Streamlining Act and Subdivision Map Act deadlines that necessitate the council taking an action by September 7th.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Do any of the commissioners have any items to bring to our attention? Seeing none, this meeting's adjourned.